Ah, woo. Ah, whoa. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah. This is... Got 2 chapters of prologue. Let's do it. For those wondering, my dog is okay. Tokyo during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Actually, prophecy has already become reality. It was also quiet. The hustle, bustle, and tragedies from 300 meters below couldn't reach me up here. There was no longer anyone who would say anything in response to my whisper. Endings are always anticlimactic. Or at least there wasn't supposed to be. The gall of you to say that. Oh, what joy! Nights this fun are hard to come by. After all, today is the day my dearest desire is fulfilled. You should celebrate it too. This world's end, the way your friends ended up, the whereabouts of the fantasy. They were all the results of your choices. I spent a long time thinking. The speed at which times change grows faster day by day. All information is spread in an instant. It becomes boring just as quickly, and once it's drained of all its worth, something else rises to take its place. When the difference born from the presence of a shape, a body, is torn away, along with all common sense coagulated over it, where do you find true value? Look, spectator, and burn it into your retinas. Look how the world changes, then proceeds to end. Look what's left after it happens. There will be nothing left besides the fact that it will be over. If the world ends, Mamiya will be over too. Upon hearing my answer, a gust of wind hit us as the man smiled with intense joy. Not at all. After it ends, I, Mamiya. Mamiya will stop being a fantasy and become something that can exist. My dearest desire has finally been fulfilled. The flesh, the bones, the warmth I've been wanting for 3,000 years is finally here. There's no need for any roundabout nonsense. There's no barrier between the flesh and the mind. After all, when the world ends, all that's left here is perspective. Mamiya! I will never accept or tolerate your existence. Fine by me. Shoot, try and kill me, Natsume. If you do, it'll be proof that Mamiya has a body. Why are you so... I'm so happy. Finally, everyone's desires will come true. Through the world's end, a shared illusion will be complete. Why are you so fixated on proving Mamiya's existence? Is it really worth the world's end? Sorry. Come on, try killing me, spectator. Follow your hatred and despair. And prove that Mamiya exists. Flesh scattered about and touched my cheek. It felt warm. Ah, ah, ah. There was no story beyond this sea. This was because I stubbornly refused to accept the reality before me. Kikuchi was standing in place, dumbfounded. Tojo Minato and Morichika Haruki began running over as they realized something wasn't right. Cold waves crashing nearby and the warm friends around me were frozen in time. This was all because I couldn't accept this. Did you know? Yes. Then why didn't you stop me? You could have done that much. You can't accept this? Accept this conclusion? And ending this tragic? This is supposed to be the true course of this story? Why did this happen to him? I fell to my knees and desperately gathered the scattered pieces of flesh. Why was it just Suokato? Why just him? When I looked again, I noticed that the pieces I had gathered up turned into paper. Why? Good job making a choice. You did well. And I'm not saying that just to make you feel better. Put 3 on one side of the scale and 1 on the other, and you chose correctly. When I heard those words, all blood was drained from my face. The years 2012 and 1999, the weight of my friends' lives. Did I actually put some of my friends over others? Something I couldn't do. No, I didn't mean for this to happen. In a fit of rage, I grabbed Mamiya. He didn't resist one bit. Give him back. Give Suo Kato back to me. Please, he's my dear friend. Let me save him. I want him to live. For a moment, Mamiya's expression changed as though he was about to cry. If I could bring him back, I would have done it already. This is 2012. Suo Kato doesn't exist here. Congratulations, you finally set the true course of a story. Your first one? Yeah. What a wonderful first step. This calls for a celebration. Thank you. Her excitement made me feel a bit guilty since I was completely out of it. The only thing on my mind was Suoketo's final smile. And Mamiya's face when he looked like he was about to cry. You don't seem very focused. Anything on your mind? Well, yes. Wait, you're right up in my face. Who are you? How do you like your pound cake? Oh, you already came. Do you know him? Let me introduce him. This is... Hello, I'm a skilled spectator, and from today onward, I'll be tutoring you. A harmless face and a drawn-out voice. Let's get along, you silly little newbie. Part playfully, part scathingly, he introduced himself and extended his hand. When I gave him a handshake, I noticed the faint scent of a cypress tree. This is Natsume. Just recently, he finally set the true course of a book. Oh, but that's like beating a slime in an RPG. Is it really something worth celebrating? He used to not be able to do even that much. I've heard about you. You're the spectator with memories, right? And you got tasked to deal with the world you lived in, correct? If it's not going well, why not ask for a change? Oh, but Mr. Spectator, would you really bend our Lord's will so casually? And you're the same as ever, huh? Honestly, that's all the more reason to get this over with. So, proper spectators do their job as quickly as they can? I really don't get you. You're basically the only one in the heavens who's this passionate about this job. He opened a black book and took out a quill pen. Nobody actually knows what's right, so you can go about it randomly. Just like this, make a line, and 1, 2, 3. Made the lines and tore out the pages with an oddly satisfying rhythm that left me dumbfounded. Oh, such speedy hands, how wonderful. That was how it was supposed to be done? Anyway, let me explain a spectator's job. As we began talking book in hand, the librarian went away as if she had some business to take care of. Books untouched by spectators only have a few lines in them, just some text that acts like an abstract of sorts. He opened the book and showed that it was in more blank pages than text. Seemed like a book that didn't have its truth set in stone yet, just like the story I was dealing with. And when we spectate them, they start to be filled in. The moment he caressed the book with the palm of his hand, it grew more than double its size. See how spectating it made the draft swell up? It's a bit misleading to say that we spectators ourselves are made out of ink, but... well, you could think of it like that. He also added that he wasn't particularly good at explaining things, all while working non-stop. You then make it thinner by cutting out the possibilities that are unlikely to be part of the true course, and run a pen over whatever's set in stone. He tore out several pages, sending them flying. That was what I'd done back when I set the date to 2012. The pieces of paper fell and vanished before touching the ground. You might have to add a description every now and then, but it's usually just a little course correction at most. You rarely have to actually write anything. But when you do, you really do. With a cynical expression, he lightly waved his hand. Anyway, as you repeat all this, you eventually get a complete, settled story. The book that had been repeatedly growing and contracting finally assumed a size that was just right and became a well-paced, complete story. In a way, a spectator's job is to interpret the few lines of texts our Lord gave us. Everyone interprets things differently, but what's impossible doesn't happen. See? It's simple. Uh-huh. So yeah, this job can be done in a snap. What are you working on right now? This one. Whoa. He was clearly disturbed. Huh. So this is what happens to books when you just spectate them without setting their true course. But I just can't accept it. I can't accept the way this story ends. You can't accept it. What's that supposed to mean? Don't let your ego drive your decisions on the story. A bundle of hundreds of papers fell to the floor. But wanting those you love to be happy is only natural, isn't it? Who in their right mind would accept a fate in which their friends die? And so, even if this was driven purely by ego, I wanted to save them. Goodbye, Rio. To save them. My eyes reddened and tears began rolling down my cheeks. What? Save them. What a pain. I shouldn't have agreed to this. You're making it look like I'm bullying you. Come with me for a second. Ugh! As I broke down crying, the spectator dragged me somewhere else. So have you calmed down yet, you silly goose? I'm sorry. He'd taken me deeper in a long hallway covered in portraits. You've got a runny nose. Gave me a tissue to blow my nose with. He called me a silly goose, but I really felt like I was in no position to argue against anyone calling me names. That surprised me. I haven't seen tears in a while. You're a bit like a baby, huh? It's so embarrassing. I get that you're deeply attached to the story you've been given. Still, that doesn't mean you can slack on your job as a spectator. You need to set the truths and make the books complete. If you delay that just because you don't like how they end, the story will lose its structure. Which means, poor Natsume. Yeah. Then I'll be in limbo. Definitely not a fate you'd want for any story. You're a spectator. So do you understand how majestic it is to be written into the Akashic Records, don't you? I do. I knew it since I first found myself here, like it's instinct. Right, and if you have too many ifs, the book will become bloated and drag on. That's an awful thing for a story. It's like leaving it half dead. I lost myself in thought. The man, seemingly impatient, whispered something else. People begin their existence as ideas here in the heavens above. Huh? The words, like a line from a poem, made me look up. They told you this, didn't they? We were here before we were born in the world below. I breathed in, the scent of dust combined with a sense of nostalgia. That is idea. It lingers in this place, devoid of any flesh. That is how all souls are, do you understand? It's not just you, either. The friends in the story that you're so invested in were all ideas as well. So the souls are chosen by our Lord, cross the river of oblivion, and are born as people. Looked at me with damp eyes that betrayed no emotion. That is what the stories are. For idea, our origin, the greatest desire of all is to gain a body and leave some sort of mark. For us, to mistreat books is a sin. So you silly goose, you should keep on setting the truths. It's what's best for you and your friends. Um, how should I refer to you, by the way? What a strange thing to say. We spectators are a collective that don't require personal indicators such as names. But if you gained a body after being an idea and went on to be chosen as a spectator, then you must have been an individual with a name someone else would use, right? Perhaps, though unlike you, the rest of us don't have memories, so I can't be sure. His expression was laced with a hint of sadness as well as nostalgia. He looked almost like a brother remembering the smile of a younger sister. Perhaps he too had experienced stories that impacted him. How about you give me a nickname then? Huh? A nickname? Referring to him as a senior would just make me think of the person behind the door. I'll call you Nidome. Nidome? That means second. I went for that because you're the second other spectator I've met, or is that too simplistic? No, Nidame, huh? I like it quite a bit, actually. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up and began walking away. But please wait. As I chased after him, I found Nidome on one of the countless portraits hanging here. Did this hall also have a portrait of me, or of the senior? Once Nidame's lecture was over, I was left alone. After that, I found myself going to the darkness I wasn't allowed to visit. Phew, I'm so at peace here. The other folk of the library just tell me to work the moment they see me. Though I guess it's my own fault for being undecisive and not setting any truths. Muttered that to myself, but there was no one around to respond. The wise yet standoffish voice behind the door was no longer there. So much I want to ask you. Took out the handgun I had concealed on me and grasped it tightly before my chest. It was the only proof left that I had an ally. Forget I said that. Just having a moment of weakness. I'll be leaving now. As I began to turn around, I heard footsteps behind me. I hastily hid the handgun and quieted my breathing. As the footsteps drew closer, a scent hit my nose. It was the scent of refined black tea. It's the scent of refined black tea. I only knew of one person who had this scent about them. What are you doing here? Miss Librarian. I believe I've told you many times that you shouldn't come here. I'm sorry, but this place really calms me down and helps me think. What I mean is that the thoughts you have here are negative. I solicited a famous spectator to help you for a reason. She didn't seem to like the fact I communicated with the senior. But then, why did she come here, and where had he been kept? Now then, let us head back. Did you know my senior? I mean the spectator that was confined here? Excuse me? When he disappeared, you gave me the details about it, so I assumed you were on good terms. No, I wouldn't say that we were acquainted. He was a busy sort, and he likely only saw me as one of the people in the background. So you call him your senior? I saw a sharp glint in her eyes. Yes, I'm sorry. Try not to give names to. Just like me. There was a time when I also called him that. Did you... Did you come here because you miss him? Of course not. He's a sinner. She raised her voice, which was very unlike her, before calming down and clearing her throat. We cannot find it. Huh? We haven't been able to find one of his possessions after he vanished. A handgun. My heart skipped a beat. It is a dangerous tool. If you do find it, make sure not to touch it and immediately report it to me. What does it look like? I felt as if she knew all about the weapon I had on me. I'm not familiar with its appearance, but what matters is that it's loaded with red bullets. Red bullets? How are they different from normal ones? They can kill spectators, beings who are otherwise immortal. Kill spectators? It almost felt like the handgun touching my chest was shaking. Was he locked up because he used it to kill someone? That's not something you need to know. The heavy pressure she admitted was rendering me speechless. What you should know is that red bullets are so potent they can kill with just a touch. If you find the gun, do not touch it and report it to me immediately. All right. And do not dare keep it a secret. Knowing you, you would probably die to it by accident. Hey, you know what I want to say, right? What a coincidence. I myself felt that I had to consult you about how would handle Natsume. He's a funny guy, but he sure is troublesome. His helplessness does make him seem more charming. But a spectator with emotional investments is no good. Those feelings of his must go. Silly goose. Natsume. What's this about? Did something good happen? Did you get some sweets you like? My, how charming. Huh? Silly little baby, it's time for a practical exam. A practical? I'm sorry, I'm still not confident enough to do that. Story. That's why we'll help you out. We'll rewrite the way you think. Hmm? Huh? I will bring some more tea. A lot more. Oh, yes, please. Anyway, it's time. We'll start your lesson on how to end a story. Here you just make a line, and 1, 2, 3. Writing is simple. You already have the materials for it. Ah! And the best is the one that finishes them. Ah, what a wonderful spectator. Oh, my head, it feels like it's gonna split open. Here, just make a line. 1, 2, 3. Make a line. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Make a line. 1, 2, 3. I did it. I did it. Good. Now you just need to offer it and you'll be done. Will that make it impossible to change the story again? Have you ever used a marker on a book that's already in print? Good point. I'll read it one last time. Excited by the completion of the story, I opened the book. His eyes looked dead. Oh, like, oh, bugger. Like, they fully brainwashed him. Yikes. Tokyo 2012, the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Natsumi died. December 28th, 2012, here lies Natsumi Sorichiro. Time to go beyond the light. That moment, I instantly vanished. Natsumi. Natsumi, where are you? Hey! Huh? Where are you? Dude, come on. Come on. Everyone had been relying on me. What about the game, man? Didn't you say you were gonna beat me at billiards? You can't be serious. You okay with me taking this win and running? Dude. Weren't you going to pick a flower for me? A flower that would suit me. I was gonna pay you back by making a bouquet of the flowers that suit you. Don't mess with my plans like that. Where are you, damn it? Don't mess with us like that. Without you, I won't get as many cheap eggs. And that's no good. Midori, do you know anything about Natsume? Nope. But you met him, right? At my place? I don't know. I don't remember. Why would you say that? Quit being mean. I'm not. You're the one who should stop being mean. I really didn't see him. Sorry about that. Seriously. But why? I can't reach him by phone. Just now realizing I don't even know where he lives. He's so one-sided. And this after I showed him where my place is. Is the wilted yellow flower the only thing he left at my place? It's all so sudden. Yeah, I know. I myself did this to other people, but I was never this cruel to them. You can't just vanish like that after cracking open someone's heart and doing whatever in there. You just can't do that, damn it. And Minato, Morishika. We're the only ones who know Natsume. Just us. The ones who had agreed to meet up and gave Natsume Sorichiro something for his next life. Was it really just the three of us? What? No, I'm just imagining things. No, you're not. What am I saying? This is gonna end the story, so it's fine. Or at least it should be. Is it really, though? Why doesn't anyone remember Natsume? No, I just wanted to keep you all further away from Mamiya. Natsume was definitely there. Forget about me. Let's just end the story. Is there a point to living in a world without Natsume? Why would you even ask that? Because all you did was change who they depended on. Next thing I knew, Mamiya was whispering next to me. I've told you this before. Well, I guess this is just how it goes. Story told like a patchwork of known pages. If the story ends here, that's for the best. That's what Nadome said. Not wanting to look at him, I turned my back on Mamiya, but he still stayed close. Don't you think that what the characters are doing and saying is a bit familiar? I know what you're trying to say. It's just like what happened after Mamiya disappeared in 1999, right? But what else can I do? This is the only path I can cling to. Yeah, it's an ending that can't be avoided. No matter how much you struggled, you're just like me. You're just like me. I could feel my eyebrows twitch upon hearing those words. I don't like that. I don't know why, but I really don't like that. I was about to finally conclude the story, but for some reason I almost felt like crying. Weird. It seemed like something to be happy about. I felt like a child throwing a tantrum in a toy shop. Just wanted to whine and stay where I was. I didn't get what this was about, but I really, really didn't like it. If you don't like this, then how about you think for a bit, spectator? As I hung my head, Mamiya's hands grabbed my cheeks. Stop doing what someone tells or wants you to do, and use the brain inside this body you're so proud of. Will you really be satisfied if you complete this story as it is now? Before my scattered mind could get mad at him for touching me or wonder why he was acting so desperate, the serious look in his eyes pierced my heart. Are you sure you want to close off the mystery, the conclusion, and Mamiya like it is right now? The skin touching my cheek was oddly warm. He was talking to me with an expression completely unlike the nightmare I'd been up against until now. Are you seriously okay with leaving Suokato, Dad? Just him? Those heterochromatic eyes were trembling within my faded vision. Hey, Natsume. Right. Ah, my name wasn't Silly Goose or Spectator. I was just Natsume. I'm not okay. I'm not okay with any of this. I still feel like there's some of Suokato's blood on my face. I let out a deep breath and fixed my leather gloves to regain my senses. If I set this as the year 2012, Suokato's very existence will be erased. Of course it will. He died in 2003, so there's no way he could have met them. No one would know him. They wouldn't be friends. There's no way I can digest something that feels this off. If I could bring him back, I would have done it already. You're the only one who could change this story. Suokato's end can only be changed by me. Suokato's end. Why was there a letter in my pocket? It had no sender on it, so I found it dubious, but I opened it regardless. Ah, why? Ah, why did I forget something so important? Is there anything at all that could be a clue to prove Natsume's existence? What is this letter? Sender is Suokato. To Rio. I always go back home while thinking of the letters you give me. When I think about the letter I stored in my bag, I feel like the place I put it becomes warmer. You told me not to open it until I get home, and I guess that order really worked on me. Who is this? It's not Natsume, so... Hey, Rio. I'm always scared. These happy days won't last forever. And I do understand that everything has to eventually end. But I feel like it could be tomorrow, and that thought alone makes me tremble as I write this. Forgetting something. That's why I'm really happy that the day you read this letter has finally come. Well, it's not like I know that you're reading it. I guess you could say that the text is happy, or is it the letter? That doesn't make sense, does it? As I am right now, all I can do is hope that you will eventually read this. It'd be pretty nice if it reached you, is what I mean. That's it. We meet again. Let us have even more fun than before. Suo Kato. Why? This guy brings up such important feelings in me, so why can't I remember him? Why? There was a letter in my pocket. Just like how it was with Kikuchi Ryo's from Suo Kato. This is for you. Can I read it? No, letters are something you're supposed to read after coming home. Gave me this on the third Friday of the month when we went to Tokyo Tower. I guess I haven't touched it since. A letter left by you who doesn't exist in 2012, surviving the gap in time. As the scent it was stained with filled me with treasured emotions and worry, I undid the seal on it. I also want you to make lots of memories. I finally realized this was no good. The story couldn't be filed away without you. I can't let it end like this. There must be something that I can do even now. Okay, that's enough. Huh? Ah. It's done, so I'll take this to our lord. You've got plenty more work waiting for you. Please wait, I still haven't... Ah, there it is, the silly goose's common display of ego. Listen, this story isn't yours alone, and you finished writing it, right? There's nothing more you can do from here. Are you sure this is okay? I heard my senior's voice in my head. It was as unclear as it had been when he talked from behind the door. Are you sure you want to let the story of your friends end like this? Next thing I knew, my hand was holding his gun. To Natsume, I recalled his voice. To Natsume, did I surprise you with this letter? I figured a letter would be the best way to express my feelings, so I sat down and wrote this one. Natsume, the day you showed up at the funeral with the note containing Natsume's will, my daily life changed a little bit. I met with older people from a high school I didn't know. I got time to think about the late Natsume outside of the Fridays we'd agreed on. It felt as if there were more colors on the palette. I was able to have a different perspective even on the roads I usually walked on. The paths I thought were familiar looked like a part of a different world. I prayed to the morning sun that these days would never end. You're the only one who can change this story. Natsume, thank you for calling out to me back then. Would you mind making more memories with me after this? That's probably not something I should say on the third week, but I wanted to thank you before it was over. P.S. I'm really looking forward to the Tokyo Tower trip. Suo Kato's end. I won't let this end. Ah! I don't care if this is just my ego. This is a story for me, and it's mine alone. I won't let anyone tell me what to do with it or let it end in a way I don't like. Now tell me, Nidome, how do I rewrite it? You really are difficult to predict. I had no idea you had them, the red ink bullets. If you won't tell me, Whoa there. I'll wash this story with your blood. You're such an awful junior. I really do hate you so. Too bad, though. My wrist was turned. I'm used to this kind of thing. Okay, let me just take this dangerous thing off of you. I'm at a loss for words. You actually set a true course. What's worth wasting it? Completely overpowering me, Nidome spun the gun he took from me on his finger. He's not there. Suo Kato isn't there. Huh? You're going to say that even after our passionate lesson? The Suo Kato character is pretty important to you, huh? Yes, He's a very dear friend. I'll do whatever it takes to break any barrier. I don't care what happens to me. Huh? The weapon in his hand was now pressed to my forehead. You're a funny guy. You help with the boredom, so I won't kill you. Felt the cold and heavy metal dig into my flesh. Would I help with your boredom if you brainwashed me and made me do whatever you wanted? You've got a sharp tongue, huh? So yeah, you're more fun when you make no sense. This situation is proof of that. I'm more excited than I've been in a long time. Ignorance sure is scary. It makes you run without realizing you're standing on a tightrope. So why did you point the gun at me? Did you actually think I'd answer to a threat? I did it without thinking. I felt like I heard my senior's voice and it just happened. I'm the Dome and he's the senior, huh? How rude. You're such an ingrate. I'm sorry. It's fine, I'm not your senior. Anyway, I'm your tutor. He once again spun the handgun on his finger before nesting it in his hand with a snap. With him gone, things became clean and fresh, but I've been starting to feel bored again. Alright, if you can answer my questions, I'll answer yours and give you back the gun. Huh? He gave me a smile. I couldn't read his intentions at all. But if he keeps saying weird stuff, I'll conclude the story here and now. Pretty good deal, right? So shall we do it? Alright, I'm ready. Okay, silly goose, if this story is no good, I want you to try and convince me of that. First, what do you want to do about this Suo Kato? He's dead, is he? He died in 2003. Suo Kato died in 2003. That's what's written in the truths. If possible, I'd like to influence that part and rewrite it. So you don't have the ability to influence the year 2003, huh? That's right. Here's a question, though. Why do you think that is? Because it's not a year in which the world was prophesied to end. Because it's not a year in which the world was prophesied to end, though there may be some people who believed it was. Yep, that's right. Honestly, both answers would have been correct. Oh. Actually, it's better to look at it like this. It's the fulfillment of both these conditions that made 1999 and 2012 connect. Though it's not impossible that the years share other things that you haven't discovered yet. Let's see. But the point is that 1999 and 2012 are the only years you can influence. The story set in this time is no different. When New Year's hit, you stop being able to influence it, right? Right, there were moments like that. Listen up. This is a very important point when it comes to unraveling your story. When did you feel like you stopped being able to intervene with the story? It was when... I failed to stop the Pink House members from becoming Mamiya. Right, I wasn't able to stop the people from the Pink House. It was the story after New Year's Eve. I could observe it, but I couldn't intervene with the year 2000. In a situation where you could only make revisions to 1999 and 2012, you said it is 2012. You really are a silly goose. Really can't argue with that. Very well, I'll give you a passing grade. I'll only say this once, so listen up. Thank you. This kills spectators. You know that already, right? He handed me the gun like it was nothing, and his promise gave me an explanation. Using red ink is like applying a correction. It overpowers all other ink, no matter how strong. We spectators can write things without moving our hands because we're made of ink. You know what that means, right? If the bullets kill spectators. He put on a malicious grin and a toxic tone as he whispered, then you can kill stories the same way. Alright, let's do this. Checked the handgun's revolving cylinder and carefully took one of the bullets in my leather glove. Pure red like a poisoned apple, the shining bullet made me instinctively grimace. The part I touched let out a liquid that was the color of blood. This tiny piece of metal in concentrated disgust and death, the bane of all spectators. On my other hand, I had the book I'd just made with Nidome. I would violate it right here and now. I need to rewrite this story. I took a breath and ran the bullet over the text. When overcome by the red ink, blood began to flow, and the spaces between the text caught fire. The book wasn't actually on fire, but it was as if the story itself was bleeding and suffering. The liquid flowing out ran along my arm. Traced the cuff, went up the elbow, reached the shoulder, and finally the neck. But this is heresy against God. I don't know what's going to happen to you. What will you lose in exchange? My throat was burning. My entire body was burning. And the name was burned off. The cold, dark church, countless papers were dancing. When I took a step, I heard a slimy, watery sound. The smell of iron made me realize that I had stepped on blood. Papers that landed on the ground were stained by a deep crimson. It felt like the book had been thrown into a pool of blood, a true desecration of a story. Even so, I can't let the story conclude like this. I tightened my lips and looked ahead. Isn't that right? Mamiya Yumehisa. Mamiya Yumehisa was enshrined on the altar with the cross behind him. I've been waiting for you. I also didn't want the story to end here, you see. I didn't come back to help bring about the ending you want. This is a story for me, after all. I bared my ego, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he chuckled. Say whatever you want. But how do you know? How do you intend to bring back Suoketo? He doesn't exist in 2012, you know. I couldn't change this resolve, so I had to make a choice. I will mix 1999 and 2012. I will mix 1999 and 2012. This is the only card in my hand that I can play to meet Suoketo again. That's great. Really great. I probably would have done the same in your shoes. You're being oddly straightforward. Is this all a trap or something? You're gonna ask that now, after all this time? And even if it was a trap, it's the only way, isn't it? That's why you chose this, even though it cost you your name. Yeah. I nodded to his words. Is this really okay, though? You kept that name from the time you had a body. It was part of your identity, wasn't it? Took a step forward and the red fluid weighed down my legs. I don't mind. I don't care who I am anymore. My bloodied shoes would never recover their original shine. Even if they aren't friends who came to my funeral, I want them to be happy. I don't care about myself. I get it. A gentle voice of acknowledgement echoed through the church. Even if I'm not Mamiya, I also want to fulfill the wishes of those who believed in Mamiya. Is that so? A single piece of paper danced between us like a butterfly. I raised the gun, fixed my sights, and fired, making a hole in it that spread as a red fire. The flame quickly grew bigger, and when it touched the floor, the blood lit up in a second like gasoline. The countless bloodied papers all caught fire, quickly setting the church ablaze. Neither I nor Mamiya were afraid of the heat. We burned as we watched the fire spread. No matter how many times you bite your tongue, you will never be able to give them your name again. You will never be able to become special to them. I don't mind. It would have been better if I never gave them my name in the first place. I feel the same way. Nothing good comes out of entities like us getting involved. That should have been obvious. Put on a rare, self-deriding smile. Still, getting called by name is nice. So I found myself saying that. I hated this man, but in this one moment I could understand him. After all, this conclusion was the result of our egoism. Both so selfish. Within the flames stood the man who felt almost like my complete opposite. I had no idea what was going through his mind, but... Your name is Natsume. The draconic tongues of flame brought down the pillar and raised smoke. Don't forget the name you had from the first page. Carbon monoxide filled the space, making it difficult to breathe. Also, collapsing chaotic world that couldn't go back to what it used to be. If you can't use that name yourself, I'll use it while talking to you. The edge of my vision, distorted by heat, I saw the man burning with a dreamlike smile. All while ridiculing you. When I woke up, I found myself collapsed in front of the church, holding bloodied papers. This is the usual church. Am I in the story? Was I able to combine the years? Gah! Sudden pain in my throat made me cough as if I'd inhaled soot. I tried harder to gather the red and burned papers, but it felt like a lost cause. Are you okay? Large hand gently caressed my back. There's no way I could mistake it. It was the gentle voice of a friend I'd been searching for. The voice of Suokato. Um, yes, thank you for your concern. I'm okay. He was right in front of me. He was alive. But you're bleeding. Are you in pain? Not really. I should call someone. What's your name? I'm... I almost reflexively said Natsumi, but my throat hurt like it was on fire. I'm okay, really. Anyway, I'll be going now. Are you here for the funeral of a person named Natsumi? Huh? I just learned about it. If you don't mind, I'll help you get there, so let's go together. He bent his large body so much it must have hurt his waist and supported me as we walked. Showing no care for how dirty my clothes were, he gave me a full smile. Ah, Suoketa was alive. Was he really, though? This was also 2012, right? What was the cause of his death anyway? Maybe I should have started by investigating what happened in 2003. If you start to feel ill, please tell me right away. Thank you. I had a lot of problems to deal with. But the many thoughts I had didn't stop the funeral from commencing. I looked around and saw my other friends, but it didn't look like the Pink House people from 1999 were here. Natsume. Hearing his voice as he put down his flowers, I once again realized that the years truly were mixed. There was no turning back now. For my own ego, I'll make them all happy. Wait. Ah! Wait a minute, what is it? Hey, silly goose. Huh? What? He was bending to look right at my face. His expression was in strict teacher mode. I honestly truly thought that you'd bring back the time to 1999. After a long pause, he glared right at me. Why would you mix the years? I mean, what's that all about? You're making me feel sorry for the story's characters. Never even heard of anything like this. What about all the time paradoxes, huh? I'm so worried. But it's not just Suokato. They're friends in 2012 that I want to make happy too. Friends I need to save for Mamiya. Stop your tantrum and listen, you silly goose. If this Mamiya is making those friends of yours suffer, you do realize that this is actually going to make things worse for them, right? Huh? Until now, because of the World's End prophecy and Mamiya's appearance that they shared, 1999 and 2012 have been manifesting simultaneously. And you were spectating them both as year X, right? Yes. But now you stack the years together, despite recognizing them as separate. Yes. That doubled the points they have in common. You see what I'm saying? Hmm? Hmm? What happens when you layer a thin piece of cloth on top of another? Color becomes deeper and the cloth becomes thicker. This will make Mamiya's existence even more pronounced. Exactly. I will mix 1999 and 2012. Ah, that's great. I probably would have done the same in your shoes. Ah! I once again did just what he wanted. It really was a trap. Stop right there. Yeah? For now, you need to prioritize Suokato. Those other friends of yours were also fine, right? Then just try to focus on that. You can handle that much, can't you? Okay. Anyway, I'd appeared at the funeral after 1999 and 2012 were mixed, which made me wonder about something. Oh boy. We have a choice. We have a choice. Oh god. So whose story should I focus on? This seems to be implying that I do it in the reverse order of how I normally do it. Right? Like, like how I've been handling this. How I've been handling this so far has been Suoketo last, with Ryo being first. The story seems to be prompting me to go for Suoketo. Like, here, let me... Yeah. So here, it was Kikuchi Ryo, Toji Minato, Morichiko Haruki, and Suoketo. And then the same story in that order. The Mamiya stories here were in a different order. Samajima, Arasugawa, Toma, Igaki. So this is implying that the intended route for is as follows: Suoketo, Ryo, Toji Minato, and Morichiko Haruki. Back to front, back to front. Am I interpreting that correctly? Just asking the person in chat who's played this game before. Come on, Gizia, give me some indication that I'm right or wrong. Because otherwise, it would be Ryo, Minato, Haruki, and Suoketo. But the story seems to be implying Suoketo comes first, which plays into how the Pink House crew is lined up in Chapter 2. There is no right or wrong, Lamau. Okay, you'll see. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna do it in the suggested order then, because if the Pink House crew being lined up the way it is is important, then it would be Suokato, Ryo, Tojo Minato, and then Marichiko Haruki. Pick whoever you like the most. I'd pick Ryo, but I feel like the story is pushing me to do Suokato first. So, right, Mamiya's existence. What was Mamiya like in this world? Who was Mamiya Yumehisa? Ryo? You woke up, finally. Sleep when we get home, okay? I was sleeping? Yeah. Were you tired because of the funeral? No, I'm fine. Let's go home. Okay, but there's someone else sleeping next to you. Huh? He twisted his body to the other side. There he saw a man with messy sky blue hair. Friend of yours? Nope. Is he breathing? I'll check his pulse. Ah! Horizon suddenly became warped. What is this, deja vu? He thought. He almost lost his balance as a wave of sensations came over him. Pain and a storm. A prayer and a call. Through the dizziness, he rolled up the man's drenched sleeves and touched his wrist. That was a good nap. Wait, huh? Who are you? Doesn't matter. Nobody. Man didn't seem fully awake yet. He looked into the distance like there was nothing on his mind. He had a simple look on his face, but there were hints of childishness in it. I feel like I've seen him before, Ryo thought. You an amnesiac or something? I don't think I am. I don't know why I'm here, though. Why you're here? Ryo almost said that as if he felt the exact same way, but then he shook the idea out of his head. It didn't make sense. Oh wait, weren't you at the funeral? Huh? You were at Natsumi's funeral too? Yes, but how did I end up at the beach? Shoo! What? Why am I all wet? It's so cold. Here, dry yourself. A towel? Thank you. You're a nice person. The smile and the soft look in the man's eyes feel strangely nostalgic, Ryo thought. I wouldn't say so. Surely some sand must have gotten into his eyes. As Kikuchi Ryo wiped his eyes, he began to tear up. He then rubbed his eyebrows again and again. The immense waves of fate were subdued by a mysterious feeling of relief. I'm Suokato. I take it you knew Natsumi as well? We were in the same class. That's the only reason I was invited. Can I ask for your name? I'm gonna wash the towel and give it back to you. Kikuchi Ryo. Just leave it somewhere around here. I'll pick it up. Hey Ryo, let's come here tomorrow too. You'll be here again tomorrow? Ryo! Go see a doctor. Midori, we're leaving. Man's smile as he held the towel had hints of a boy's innocence. I'm so glad I got to meet one of Natsumi's classmates. So familiar, Ryo thought. That man. Hold on. Let me take a look at the flowchart real quick. I am almost certain I chose Suokato. So what the heck's going on? Now I did choose Suokato, so... Suo, huh? That was the first time you'd ever said the name. But for some reason it felt like he'd said it many times before. Ryo. I used the towel to thoroughly dry my still wet hair. This feels so weird. The waves crashing and waning reminded me of myself. It felt strange, as if I'd just come back here again. Right, I'll never meet Mamiya again, will I? Will I also die someday? What did it mean to die? Where did we go after death? It's so hard for me to get a sense of it. The world would soon end. I didn't know how much truth there was to it, but people on TV and the news made it out to be a big deal. You could even hear people discussing it in class. Yet none of us actually felt like the world was gonna end. Days just go by without any change. I'd say that I repented from my sins long ago. I even gave my flesh for it. But I guess it wasn't enough, huh? And I still didn't know my purpose for being here. Huh, I guess it makes sense. I can't atone, and I'm still here. But if it'll make you feel any better, it'll help me finally close the books on myself. I'll blink one moment and the world will be over the next. Sure. I'll always answer to you. Our Mamiya. It would be simple and anticlimactic, like the burst of a soap bubble. The days back then were filled with light. Hey, Mamiya. The boy gathered up some snow and threw it upwards, making it shine in the clear daylight. These were nice, fun winter days. Yeah, I've watched that opening so many times on YouTube just to jam out to it. But for some reason, the boy began to pout. I wish it fell slower. Why? There was a voice coming from seemingly nowhere. That was strange, as the boy was the only one there. Despite that, he replied without any fear. Because I want to spin around in the snow as it falls. Then you should just bring down the snow gathered up higher up. Oh, right. Reached for a branch just low enough to grab, pulled on it, and let go. As it sprung back, it released the snow gathered on it into the sky above. Wow. Wow, this is great. As the snow fell, the boy spun within it. Hey look, the sun and snow are together. I can see, it's pretty, isn't it? It's all thanks to you. I love you, Mamiya. Snow shone like gold. I love you too, Kato. Suo, get it! Okay. Poured the strength into the hands holding the stick and extended his arms towards the ball. The moment the ball went into the net, he instantly passed it to the other attacker. Alright, leave it to me. So the attacker went on to score a clean goal. Good job, nice one, Suo. Thanks, man. Am I thirsty? Why not get something from them? Huh? The teammate put his hand over his shoulder as he looked at a group of girls. Aren't they after you? Hey, could just as easily be you, right? A few seconds after their eyes met, one of the girls seemed to gather her resolve and approach Suo. Can you come with me for a second? Huh? Wow. After thoroughly inspecting each side of the letter he'd just received, he let out a strange sound. She said she likes me. Still not feeling like this was real, he hurried home. His heart was beating fast. This all felt strange. However, responding to people's affection was more difficult than he'd expected. I asked for some time to think. Was that the right move? Maybe I should have answered right away. Man, I must look so lame right now. Groaning, he looked at the setting sun and kept on walking. I'm so sleepy, though. Welcome back. Would you like some caviar? There should have been nobody at home yet. He was welcomed by a tall man. I'm in the mood for rice and meat today. Can you eat caviar and rice? You mean not a roe don, but a caviar don? Always an interesting sort, aren't you? Well, your parents entrusted you to me while they are gone. The man chuckled as he put something into the fridge. I'll leave the caviar here. Huh? What about the caviar don? You said you wanted meat, so we'll be having a hamburger steak today. You mean you'll cook it for me yourself? Let me help. Of course, let's mix it up together. Whose meat do you think this is? After going into the kitchen, Suo started mixing the minced meat just as Samajima had ordered. A cow's? A sheep's, a lamb's to be precise. I made it more coarse than usual. So you should be able to taste the meat itself. Sheep? So it'll taste something like Jinjisukan? Did you know this one, Jinjisukan? As Suo said that, he presented Samajima with a song and dance he saw on TV. I don't, but that song gets the body moving. As Suo continued to sing, Samajima moved as if joining Suo in dancing. Lock everything up when you go to sleep. Don't forget the chain on the door, and if someone comes, check to see who it is while the chain is still on. You don't need to worry that much. I'm not a child anymore. Well, my bad. You still give off a youthful impression despite your gigantic size. Hey, that's uncalled for. After seeing Samajima off, Suo let out a sigh. Tomorrow I'll eat what Mom left me, as well as the caviar Mr. Samajima brought. Oh, and I need to also think of an answer for that confession. There's so many things to do tomorrow. So blessed and fulfilled, and yet felt like there was a hole in his balloon of satisfaction. Every time it was filled, the air would just escape. Right, I'll read a book. He took out Sky Blue Prince, a children's book that he adored, and read it in his room. It was a story about a prince in a land of night, whose people didn't know the color of the sky. So the prince went off on a journey to find a blue sky for them. Stories you loved would never become dull, no matter how much time passed. So nice. He wished that he could be like the prince and go out searching for the blue of the sky for somewhere dear to him. Maybe I could be like this too one day. It's like you're looking for the bluebird of happiness, without realizing that you already have the sky blue hue you're looking for. Late at night, soft bare feet were sliding on the flooring. He moved unsteadily without being able to maintain his balance. After that, there was the loud sound of a door being unlocked. Why does he always let himself get taken at night? Night was both a reliable friend and a devil that invited curiosity. He was searching for something, but didn't know what it was. Must have been something that could stimulate him, something that could never be found where the sun shone. Something one would call a mystery of this world. He just wanted to find it and know. To know it and become special. Weird. I went to bed early, but I still haven't slept enough. He took his legs from under the sheets, revealing them to be very dirty. Finding that odd, he warmed up some food as he cleaned them up in the shower. Hey, Mamiya. Good morning, Kato. Why do you look so sleepy? Well, my feet were dirty when I woke up. Do you know anything about that? You don't remember? We were running barefooted from terrifying cowboys in a wasteland. Huh? Did we make it? We did. Clung to a cactus, and though it hurt, it then grew all the way up to the sky, letting us rest on the clouds. I see. So my dirty feet were proof that I did my best to run. Indeed. Anyway, we won't make it in time unless we leave right now. Oh, you're right, let's go. I'll fill in my dream diary once we're back. The gall to say that. Suokato is a sleepwalker, and the dirt on his feet is from walking around barefoot. This invisible Mamiya keeps Suo trapped in illusions while acting like everything happened in his dreams. Unlike other Mamiyas, this one had been with Suokato since his youth. This Mamiya has you trapped and you're chasing dreams. Who are you exactly? Every day was fun. I'm sorry, but I still don't know much about you, so we can't date. I see. But I do want to know you more. Would you mind if we started off as friends? Suo, how'd it go with the girl? Are you dating her? No, I turned her down. I felt like it would be rude to accept when I'm so busy with my studies and club activities. I see. Well, I guess that's fine as long as you settled it peacefully. Anyway, show me your notes for Japanese. So that's what you were after. Peaceful, balanced days. I'm so sleepy. Hey, we got gym next, so get it together. Peace was boring. See of the year 1999 or 2012. No way to tell which was calm. The short-lived winter sun made its surface glisten. Here you go. A donut. Eat it. Thank you. When the Kikuchi siblings went to the sea, they once again found Suokato collapsed there. The confused brother and energetic sister made the tall student wake up, gave him a donut they had on him. Suokato's fingers, as he brought the donut to his mouth, were wrinkly and numb with a cold. It's so good. But yeah, thank you for giving me the towel. You can have it back now. Man, why were you even sleeping there? I guess you could say that I'm waiting for something new. Come on, don't give me irrelevant answers like that. Don't you think that while a normal everyday life may be pleasant, it eventually loses its novelty? And you could have died. Stop acting like you don't know the danger. Oh, I guess I should say sorry about that. I'm sorry. But I feel like it was predestined. You're saying that even though you could have died. I mean, the world's gonna end soon, you know? Huh? Nostradamus' prophecy, it was actually supposed to end in July. But as it turns out, it was a miscalculation. It's actually gonna end the moment it becomes the year 2000. 2000, but wait, what year is it? Huh? What? Well, it doesn't matter. Does it? It's gonna end anyway. Rio, can I have one more donut? No, you won't have room for dinner. But you had two. No fair. I'm in my growth spurt. I'm allowed to. I'm in my growth spurt too. You're actually pretty cheeky, huh? Here, you can have half. Thank you so much. It's because you're so blessed. Huh? If you're giving it all just to make it through the day, you wouldn't even have the time to feel bored. It's a good problem to have. Is that why I seek out the extreme? I wouldn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad. It's just that I've never met anyone like you. Like me. Finding those words cold and prickly, he prepared to close off his heart. So an honor student like you has never met a person this rough, huh? He uttered words filled with despair. No. I meant that I've never met anyone so straightforward and nice in a noble kind of way. Huh? Though he was somewhat irritated, Kikuchi Ryo could feel it clearly. The clueless younger man found him enviable. Yeah, Ryo is so nice. You have a good brother. As an only child, I'm a bit jealous. He didn't know the boy much, but his words touched his heart as an elder brother. What's with this guy? Does he even have a sense of danger? Ryo thought. You have it good, Midori. This man looked really helpless to him. He was a big guy, sure. The way he looked at things felt off. Who even described people as noble? It's like he was just born, Ryo thought. If he believed Ryo was nice, he wanted to be as good to him as he could. Kikuchi Ryo took a notebook from his bag and tore out a page. He then ran his pen over it before folding it up. So, have this letter. What? When Ryo pushed the paper onto him, Suo could do little to hide his confusion. Give me your response the next time we meet. Is this a letter? This should help you with your boredom a little, right? The man smiled like an overgrown sunflower. Yes, thank you. I'll do my best to think of a good response. Ryo felt like he had to keep this child from turning into a balloon and floating away. I got a letter. The older boy he had a strange bond with had helped him at the beach and was generally nice to him. The truth was more than enough to elate Suoketo. Hmm? Wow, what a pretty butterfly. Below a power pole, he saw the withered remains of a beautifully colored butterfly. It's already dead, I think. Its wings are damaged. As compassion welled up within him, he couldn't keep himself from taking action. Take it home. I'll show it to Ryo and Midori the next time we meet. Oh, is that a field guide? I borrowed it from the library. I want to know what species this butterfly is. It's a Chinese windmill. Did you catch it yourself? I found it dead on my way home, and I felt like I should at least make it pretty. So you want to turn it into a preserved specimen? I like insect pins, so I made them fairly often. Specimens can be so pretty. You must know a lot about butterflies, huh? Their conversation is oddly creepy. I want to store things that are pretty. That way I can keep them safe and always remember them. Their shapes, I mean. Oh yes, I totally get that. Preserved specimen are a medium in which you can trap time itself. Also, this field guide has a lot of other butterflies too. This one, for example. Isn't it pretty? Have you ever seen it? No, the colorful ones mostly live in countries further to the south, don't they? Oh yeah, it says that these don't live here in Japan. I did catch an old world swallowtail once. Huh? It's pretty, but kinda normal. They wouldn't fit this land if they weren't. They're also adapting to the rules of nature. The natural world is harsh, huh? As is the world of men. The butterfly effect? Yeah, the idea that a flap of a butterfly's wings can change the future? It's a popular theory, isn't it? I poked the butterfly sample glass with my gloved hand. I've heard about it, yes. But here's the thing, you silly goose. In this line of work, a butterfly's flap won't change the ending. You're wondering, then how can I actually change the ending, aren't you? I can tell by your face. Uh-uh. To put it simply, you need a butterfly flap that's actually decisive. A decisive flap? The cause and effect of life. People who do bad things will have bad things happen to them. It's karma, basically. If we do something to avoid the karmic relation with death, the characters won't have to die. I wouldn't deal with someone like you if it wasn't my job. Oh? Neither Rio nor Midori are here. They told them they'd be here today as well, yet the seaside park was completely devoid of people. A small sample box on a school bag made a lonely sound as it moved. Guess I got excited all on my own. What do you think, Mamiya? Should I wait a bit more? Guess that's something to do. You can always come back tomorrow. That's true. I'm sure we'll meet again. The boy and the invisible man looked beyond the sea. Yeah, you'll see them. So let's head on back. The croquettes at the shopping district should be pretty cheap today. Croquettes? Wow, I was just in the mood for them. Let's go grab some on our way home. Ah, I love croquettes. Hey, where's your manners? Your mom will scold you. Parents aren't here, so it doesn't matter. You should eat some too. I don't need any. Now eat up before they get cold. Visible people can't even eat? You mean you don't even know how good this tastes? I may not be able to eat now, but in dreams I can enjoy whatever feast I'd ever want. Ah, croquettes are nice, but I guess food there is fancy and fun too. Are croquettes really that good? I'd love to try them as well and know what taste is like. Mia, it's okay. I'm here. Kato. I'll write in my dream diary and put down the taste of everything I ate. Keep on writing it, okay? Thanks. Um, Meeting on an afternoon moon is, using the writer's name as a hint, Kato looked at every book on the shelf from one side to the other. That morning, he learned that his beloved Prince of the Land of Night had a sequel. He'd come to the library to find it. Looking around in the children's literature section with his height made him stand out quite a bit. Oh, ah, just as he was about to take a book, he touched a man's hand. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away while looking for a book. It was almost the stereotypical beginning of a romance, which made him feel kind of embarrassed. Hey, I'm at fault here too. Here's your book. You'll let me have it? I just recently found out there's a sequel to Prince of the Land of the Night. Like that one? Yes, it's been very important to me since I was a little boy. That's so. Same too. Same here, actually. Wow. I'm so happy to meet someone who likes the same book. Happy, huh? Someone who's been affected by the same books as you will either be your closest friend or your worst enemy. Huh? I wonder, which one are you? That smile gave Kaito a strange sense of deja vu. Oh god! Arasugawa is here! Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck. Ah, shit. I forget I said anything. Go ahead and check out your book. If I may say, I'm so happy to meet people who like the same things I do, especially if it's a story. Why? I think that books and stories are just like people. Your favorite story may have bigger impact on you than your friends and acquaintances. And I believe that I can get along with a friend of a friend. Ha! That's so. Well, yeah, that's the kind of guy you are. Um, when a story is read, it instantly belongs to the reader. People, friends, aren't like that, are they? What are you? Mamiya doesn't belong to you. Mamiya doesn't belong to you. Uh-oh. But the birds outside took off all at once. Silent, shrill wind blew by. Huh? A phrase that seemed inconsequential. A scene that didn't stand out in any way. Yet, every single piece of dust flying about seemed to do it in slow motion. Many questions danced in his head, but he understood one thing clearly. This man harbored intense malice towards him. The extension of this daily life, unchanging and boring. There was now a gust of damp, rotten air that could start a storm. What do you mean by that? Next thing he knew, the man was gone. Excuse me. Hey. Why do you know about Mamiya? Please be quiet, this is a library. He raised his voice as the man gradually vanished into the distance. Hey, who are you? Mamiya, what's this about? Hey, Mamiya, you can hear me, right? Don't just stay silent, you're invisible, so I can't even tell if you're here unless you talk. Sorry, I'm right here. So what's that about? Do you know him? Don't just stay silent. Don't worry, though. I'm still your Mamiya. I'll always be your ally, Kaito. You don't get what I'm talking about. I mean the fact that you have friends, too. I was worried, you know? You're invisible, so I thought you might not have had any friends besides me. Don't you ever feel lonely? I don't, and I have you to thank for that. That's good, then. Good night, Mamiya. Good night, Kaito. I don't feel lonely. This is the path I've chosen. Despite what Mamiya had said, clouds that had gathered upon Kato's heart after he met that man in the library had yet to disperse. It was the first time he'd been met with hostility that made his chest tighten and rendered him unable to breathe. What did I even do? I want to become special as soon as possible. He held his cherished specimen to calm himself down and soon fell asleep. Kaito, come here. Hey there, Midori. Something you should see. I also got something I want you to see. I wonder what yours is. Hiding the sample behind him, he followed them. Must have been more dramatic to leave the fun stuff for last. Kaito, look, a butterfly. In Kikuchi Midori's plastic bag, there was a colorful butterfly unlike any he had seen in the field guide. Wow, it's so pretty. Kaito's heart began to ache. I've never seen anything like this. We should figure out its species and... Yeah, it's pretty. Bye-bye. Huh? Midori opened the bag, allowing the butterfly to flutter away. Why did you do that? That was a butterfly like no other. It was pretty, so I just wanted to show it to you. If it's pretty, why not keep it? Huh? While Suo Kaito stood there frozen in confusion, Kikuchi Ryo gave him a tap on the shoulder. It's just how she is. She doesn't get attached to anything in nature. But why? That was a rare butterfly that hasn't been found in Japan before. May have even been a new species. She does it all the time. Is that why she doesn't get attached to anything? Yeah. Unable to swallow the word, he kept savoring it in his mouth over and over again. By the way, what did you want to show us? Huh? It's nothing. Forget about it. Soon after, the three followed the way home. Shadows they cast in the evening sun fell over Suo. What a strong light, he thought. Must be nice. I'll be going now. Good job today. Careful on your way home. Sure. Yeah, it sure is cold at night. He left his job, the one he got by faking his age, and hurried home while putting up with the cold. Then he stopped when he saw a familiar back below an uncomfortable streetlight. Suo, is that you? It was the youth he'd seen at the beach. Rio felt like the night air could freeze him to the bone, but Suo was lightly dressed, so he ran up to him out of concern. Didn't you hear me, Suo? Youth quickly turned around, and when Rio saw his face, his blood froze. Instinctively sensing danger, he leapt back to make distance. Are you Suo? His eyes were clouded, his consciousness seemed absent. Was no doubt the man Rio had seen at the sea recently. Upon closer examination, he noticed that he wasn't wearing proper clothing, or even shoes worthy of this weather. No way, right? Rio became worried that he'd been involved in some incident and ran away from the scene. Don't worry, it's alright. Tell me what happened, Suo. You're cold, right? You can have my coat, so... The moment he began to remove his coat. Gah! Fist crashed into his face. It wasn't telegraphed whatsoever. Dude, what the hell? No. No what? The king doesn't... This king didn't seem to like this too much. Oh, whatever. I'll lead you back to your place. You remember where it is, right? Rio tried pulling Suo, but he wasn't moving at all. It was almost as if he'd grown roots into the ground. Hey, get a grip. Rio. What? Bleeding from your nose. Yeah, because you clocked me. The air was dry, so the punch must have split a vessel near the surface. Don't worry about it. Let's just get you back. Blood is flesh. Huh? The next moment, Suo was right in front of him. The light behind him had made it impossible to see his expression. A warm breath fell on the tip of his nose. Gah! He's licking my nose, Rio thought. He felt the wet flesh closing the hole through which he breathed. Suo's wet tongue wriggled around his heated breath, and the air surrounding them, taking turns to touch Rio's nose. It felt as if breathing in at the wrong time could lead to him inhaling and choking on his saliva. That was when he realized that Suo Kato was sucking his blood. With his mouth deep on Rio's nose, he was greedily slurping up the blood. Hey, you. Cut it out. Wait, where are you going? Rio wiped his nose and stopped Suo as he tried to walk away without a word. Come with me, then. Huh? Hey! Suo grabbed Rio with his intense strength and pulled him away. It felt as if the mechanisms keeping Suo's strength in check were gone. Rio had trouble keeping up with him without hurting himself. Rio first found himself at Suo's place, but he instantly dragged him to his room upstairs. What the hell is this about? So cool. Huh? You're really cool. Thanks? He was about to submit to those unconditional words, but he was able to keep it together. Let go of my arm. I need to go home and sleep. No. What do you mean, no? It's not enough? I didn't have enough fun today. I don't want it to end. I went fun like I've never had before. It's all the more reason to sleep. Nothing happens at night, and I won't bleed anymore. How boring. Get used to it. It's how the world is. So it's gonna be boring even as it ends, huh? What a shame. Suo, did you actually fall asleep? Seriously? Go with me, Suo. Suo. Hey, wake up already. Oh, Rio, why did you... Your arm. I grabbed it and bruised it. Was I holding it while sleeping? You don't remember? Remember what? I'm leaving. Please wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. It's better not to apologize at all than to apologize for things you don't remember doing. Let's go to a mental clinic. Bye. Letter. I wrote a reply for you. I don't know what this is about, but I'm sorry. So, please don't leave me. Oh no, what do I do? Drizzle hit the classroom windows. A cloud of uncertainty fell upon his heart. He didn't forget the look on Rio's face from that morning, full of anger and shock. Sue wondered if his anger had anything to do with his dirty feet. It's not just in a dream. I caused trouble for him in reality, too. The rain continued after classes had ended. Suo put up a blue umbrella and went to sea. The depressive black rain instantly battered the surface of the sea. There's no one here, huh? He went to the sea whether it was rainy or windy. No matter how often he came, Rio and Midori were never there. Man, did I really make him hate me? If only I had a letter from you. That's all it would take to calm me down. He'd rewritten his response many times since that day, and the newest version had become all damp from the moisture. Kuchiryo's letters put Suo Kito in a strange emotional state. It was like smelling the scent of a blanket he'd often used while he was little. It felt as though it brought him to a place safer than any other in the world, completely untouchable. I don't think I could convey this to you even if you appeared before me right here and now. Words that escape my mouth feel shallow and incomplete. They only convey about half of what I want to say. Continue writing so one day I can show it to you. And if that day never comes, you have a letter. Samajima suddenly appeared at the door to Suo's house and gave him an envelope. It's for you, from Kikuchi Ryo. Why do you have a letter from him? I'll be leaving then. Hi! I went to the sea so many times and never once saw him. Why do you... Where is he now? Under house arrest. Was he involved in something bad? That, I'm afraid, is confidential. Please let me see him. I need to apologize to him. In that case, write him a letter. Worry not. I'll take it to him. Kato quickly went back in and opened the envelope. This was his long-awaited letter from Kikuchi Ryo. That, coupled with the oddly ominous aura about this whole situation, made him rub his light blue hair before he started reading. Suo, thanks for the letter. The stuff you wrote helped me cheer up a bit. It's not mad. I have a request for you. I want you to check if Midori's alright. Huh? Not with her right now. I can't even go check on her. I know that you probably have your own stuff to worry about. Still, you're the only one I can ask. Please, I'm counting on you. Once this is over, let's get some donuts, all three of us. So that's why he didn't come to the sea. So he didn't grow to hate me. I should help him. I'll go find Midori. I'll help them both. Excuse me, did Kikuchi Midori come to school? Suo left school early and went to the elementary school Ryo mentioned in the letter. Felt keenly the desperation coming from the request to see if Midori was actually going to school. Student, do you have business with our school? I got worried when I heard she was sick, so I came over to check up on her. Sick, but that's... Ah, Kato! Suo had no trouble finding Kikuchi Midori. Midori, you're going to school as normal? She took a few days off, but she's doing fine now. What's up, Kato? Ryo was so worried about you, I thought something might have happened. Midori? Oh, I'm fine without Ryo. I have Osamu. Oh, God. Arasagawa again. What the fuck? I have Osamu. Stupid question. Is Osamu Midori's father? Because right before Midori was born is when Arasagawa, Osamu, let's just call him Arasagawa from here on in, Arasagawa stopped coming to see Ryo's mom and stopped taking Ryo places and revealed that he was a Mamiya. Hi. Hello, Ghosty System. How are you all? We're enjoying a psychological horror novel. But yes, to those of you in chat who have... those of you in chat who have played this game, I think there's at least one of you. Gizia, hi. Yes, you. Is Kikuchi Midori Arasagawa's daughter? Like, I just need a yes or no on this. Oh. That's uncomfy. What's uncomfy? Osamu? I'm sorry, we go explore again. We need no spooky right now. Fair, fair, fair. Sorry. Hey, that's okay. This game is not everyone's cup of tea. Have a lovely time. We will, thank you. I won't say unless you really want to know. I do! I want to know, because that's one of the questions that's been lingering in my mind since the last time I streamed. Because in Ryo's route in Act 1, the mother asked, "Where is Osamu?" Osamu? That unfamiliar name put Kato on edge. Is it someone Ryo knows? Then yes. Okay! Okay. Yeah, Ryo knows him too. Choosing his words carefully, Kato looked into the girl's eyes. You shouldn't worry, her new guardian is doing a proper job. New guardian? Midori and the teacher seemed to trust this Osamu, but Kato was worried there might be some ulterior motives at work here. If that were the case, I'd be unable to look Ryo in the eye. Kato? Midori? Please introduce me to this Osamu. Osamu, I'm home. Hey, a friend wants to meet you. Kato, come in. Okay. Having been granted permission to enter, Kato took off his shoes only to hear a different voice. Remember what I told you, Midori? You should call me Uncle Osamu. Ah. Welcome to my place. You're from the library. So you're Osamu. Yeah? Were you two already friends? Wow. Slow down, Midori. He and I aren't... Don't be like that, Kato. Anyway, can't have you standing while talking. Come in for some tea. She is. Okay. He was led into a living room full of books. Kikuchi Midori was glued to an evening anime. You got questions, right? I'll happily answer them all. Are you really Midori's guardian? I am. I had to take her in due to some circumstances at her home. I used to be close to the Kikuchis, so it's a little act of friendship on my part. Where is Ryo now? Is he alright? How much do you know about him anyway? Huh? Do you even know that he was subjected to domestic violence basically every day? Huh? Huh? Kito's vision darkened. Anyway, I'll just tell you that he's safer than he'd be in his home. I see. Alright, it's my turn to ask a question. Did you finish reading a meeting on an afternoon moon? The sequel to Prince of the Land of the Night? I finished and returned it. How was it? So-so. I enjoyed it. Relax, no one else is listening, you can be honest with me. Just say that it was boring as shit. It was so mediocre, I had a hard time believing it was the sequel to a masterpiece like Prince of the Land of Night. If I knew it was going to ruin my memories of the original, I would have preferred if the sequel never came out. I simply set my expectations too high. I don't share your opinion. I do share many acquaintances, though. How do you know Mamiya? Finally, you ask. He made a brief chuckle before giving Kato a book. What is this? My book. Huh? Your writer? Excited, Kato looked at the name of the book's author. Arasagawa Arasagawa Osamu. When he saw the title, it sent a chill down his spine. It's Mamiya. You get it now, Suoketo? Why do you know my name too? Mamiya isn't yours. Mamiya belongs to everyone. What do you mean by that? You'll get it when you read it. Kikuchi Midori had grown tired from the excitement of the anime and was on the verge of falling asleep. The setting winter sun shining through the window lent the room a reddish tint. The annoying thing about sequels is that they present you with a result different from the aftertaste you got from the original. The more you're invested in and love the first entry, the more disappointed you are by the follow-up. There's nothing sadder than the author himself killing the space left for the reader's fantasy. I'd never mess up like that. I'll crush everything that gets in the way of my work. His cold glare made Kato gulp. You should leave now. It's dinner time. Please tell me more. The hand put up before his eyes cut his words short. Sorry, I'm only interested in my readers. What was that about? What is he to Mamiya? Wait, so he's an author. Why did he use this title? Talk big, but it's probably nothing much. It's so late. I still haven't bathed or eaten. This book was so good. Kato fixed his gaze on the cover of the book he had just finished. The Mamiya in this story is definitely my Mamiya too. Words at the end of the book left an especially strong impression. They went, if you also had a Mamiya by your side, do let me know about them in secret. Only those who knew Mamiya could sniff this out. This was a code, a desperate desire. This was hell-bent on identifying Mamiya. What's this about, Mamiya? Can you be seen by people other than me and Mr. Arasagawa? How many of us are there? Are you some sort of fragment of a greater whole? In that case, where's the original? With every new question voiced, Kato came closer and closer to the truth he'd been avoiding. Is it the Mamiya that Mr. Arasagawa wrote about? Is that my friend's original? Suoketo's Mamiya failed to even answer that much. Ooh. Chills. Chills. I am the black goat that delivers mail. Did you write a letter? No, I couldn't. That was no lie. He was unable to write anything because his mind was full of Arasagawa Osamu's writing. He didn't know why, but he found himself comparing his own letters to that man's text and ending up disappointed. Made him feel as though he didn't have any words that could reach Kikuchi Ryo. I see. I'll be on my way then. Mr. Samajima, you know where Ryo is, right? I do, but I won't tell you. I recently met a man called Arasagawa. Huh? Does he have something to do with the fact that Ryo's missing? Wait a second. What's your relationship with Mr. Arasagawa? Hold on, you met Arasagawa? You? Yes. Are you hurt? Can't say I am. That's good, consider me relieved. Please don't leave. Kato's large hand grabbed Samajima by the suit. I'm asking you for something. If you know something, I want you to tell me about it. Or will you betray me? But I never intended to. You're a police officer betraying a citizen. A long silence fell over them. After a few excruciating moments, the air began to move. Would you like to meet with him then? With Kikuchi Ryo, I mean. Can I? Where is he now? How about you have your reunion at the amusement park? So it'd be you, Ryo, and me? Yeah, though there may be others. I want to go. I want to see Ryo. We will go there this weekend, then. I will provide the tickets. Okay. Are you satisfied now? Have I remained as someone you can put faith in? Of course, thank you so much. You're always so unfair. I'm getting tense. Will I really get to meet Ryo? Ah. Hold on. Give me a sec. Ryo! Suo, whoa! I was worried sick. I'm glad you're okay. I really am. You're exaggerating. You are quite well suited for amusement parks, Kato. Mr. Samajima, thank you for inviting me. That goes for you too, Rio. Hey, Kato's here. Want to have some ice cream? That does look good. Maybe I'll have some. I did say you wouldn't be able to eat it all. Oh. Well, at least you have someone who doesn't mind eating the excess. Hello. The 5 people gathered in this clouded amusement park were a strange group. Let's have some fun, Rio. We're all here to cheer you up. Alright. The cheery music all around created a light dissonance. Let's go, Kato. Time tends to fly when you're having fun. You're right. Colorful light decorations illuminated their backs, further emphasizing the strange atmosphere. However, they were still able to enjoy their time. Osamu, again! Let's go again! Hell yeah! It wasn't nearly enough. Let's take the front this time. Midori and Arasugawa went on the roller coaster multiple times. I love high places. Samajima went on the high bike ride himself. Such carefree people. I feel embarrassed for expecting something. Hold on. There we go. I breathed heavily. Then I shifted my gaze to my friends, who'd finally met again. Brought some warm tea. Have some. Thanks. You came prepared, huh? Kikuchi, Ryo, and Suokato were taking a break on a bench. I was looking forward to this, so yeah. I even had some hand warmers. They should be a bit deeper in. Oh, a bundle of papers fell out of the bag. Look at them. Are these all letters? Kikuchi Ryo widened his eyes when he saw Kato's large body as he hid his face in embarrassment. Got the reply from Mr. Samajima. So he actually gave it to you. But I wasn't sure how to respond, so I figured I'd write multiple replies and pick the best one. I also wrote a letter for you, even though I never got your response. Really? Just one, though. Kato wagged his invisible tail as if it had been all he'd been waiting for. Oh, thank you so much. Have you been getting enough sleep? Not recently. Promise me you will from now on, okay? Just sure. I'll go get some takoyaki. Kato smiled and ran off. Left by himself, Kikuchi waited for Kato to disappear from sight, then took out the letter he just got. Sorry, Suo. Unlike you, I'm not the type who can wait. Ryo. His handwriting sure is pretty, like something straight out of a textbook. Was he working on his penmanship? Ryo wondered. Remembered the morning I found you next to me. I'm really sorry for what I said back then. Did I seem like a rude young boy to you? That is painfully similar to how I feel. But still very glad that you met me with a smile back then. Ryo, the apple looked really good, so I got it too, and... Wait, why are you reading the letter? Hey, Suo. Yes? Will you continue writing letters to me no matter what kind of person I am? Ryo knew how unfair that question was. Of course. It wasn't exactly nice to make him promise something without knowing all the details. It wasn't like him to put up an insurance in case Suo began rejecting him. I see. Even so, though it may have been brief, Suo's words gave Kikuchi Ryo some peace of mind. Midori, are you sleepy? All that play must have been tiring. Alright, I'll carry you around. Don't worry, I'll do it. Aren't you just as tired? But, what, you want me to carry you as well? No, forget it. Just tell me when you get sleepy. What's wrong? Are you tired too, Kato? Oh, no, I'm not. I wonder if my frail arms can carry you. I'm not tired, okay? This was a mirror house, but Suo was walking around while looking at his feet. He wanted to overwrite his current emotional state with fun memories. Right, I want to go on the Ferris wheel. The view should be exceptional even in the evening. Huh? Real? Mr. Samajima? Looked around but couldn't see anything besides his own reflections. Ferris wheels are way too slow. Let's go on a merry-go-round instead. Come on, Suiketa, don't be a stranger. Still carrying the now asleep Midori, Arasagawa widened the smile behind his glasses. His face, as he did that, was reflected by countless mirrors. Looking around, all Suo saw was his own reflection in the mirrors. Ferris wheels are boring. Let's go on the merry-go-round, shall we? You're down, right, Suiketo? Carrying the still asleep Midori, he smiled through his glasses. The smile was reflected by the mirrors many times over. Merry-go-round continued to spin as cheerful music played. Suo usually loved riding the white horse here, but he really didn't want to get on it right now. You read your book. That's so, and how was it? It was very good. Although that's my Mamiya, it's also everyone else's Mamiya. That doesn't go against what you said, right? Right, exactly. There's no way you could remember what happened in 2003. What do you mean? What are you trying to say, Arasagawa Osamu? I mean, how can you even say that? I mean, it's 1999 now, isn't it? That's what I'll tell you now will be the future for you. Tell me, Mamiya Yumehisa, why does Arasagawa know that space-time has been doubled? Because I told him. Have you forgotten, Spectator? In 1999, I vanished at the end of December. It's December 1999 now. Arasagawa can meet Mamiya. Why aren't Arasagawa Osamu and Samajima Satoru from 2012 here? That's simple, because they can't meet Mamiya. It's all because of the blending you did, Spectator. I won't let you complain about anything that happens on this doubled star. My future. My head. Have you finally remembered? Did you notice the distortion in this place? Excellent. Now do some heavy thinking, Suiketo. Use your imagination to its fullest. And use it to remember what happened in 2003. 2003. You're 19. You grew up to be a cheerful young man. Use the imagination you're so proud of to envision yourself like that. What the fuck? Year of his death, 2003. 4 years ago in 1999. The strange sea he saw in a nice dream at the end of December vanished like foam. I don't remember much of what happened back then. I was too shocked by the disappearance of a dear friend. I feel like that was a rite of passage for me. I now want to become an adult who can do anything to protect the futures of other people. His life no longer filled him with an insatiable thirst. He'd finally found a way to reach a compromise with fantasy, to interact with dream-filled stories written by others. At some point, it had become a habit for him to read children's books. Okay. There was ample amounts of distance between him and the fantasies that of people he had no ties to. They also enriched his everyday life in pleasant ways. Popular new children's book. Normally, the children's book section was unremarkable, but now there was a large pop-up advertising a new work. A new Arasagawa book. Wow, that really takes me back. I used to read his stuff all the time a few years ago. The name is... Congratulations, Mr. Arasagawa. This is bound to get multiple printings. Right. Oh, that's good to know. 2000, he was unable to write anything, no matter how hard he tried. That changed after he devoured Mamiya's flesh. As long as they possess the desire to change, people can become anything. You just gotta have the resolve to discard the personality you built up over the years. We hit the flesh and changed the course of fate. No one can tell whether I was better before or now. And I myself have no choice but to be satisfied with what's actually there. Mamiya, I took your fantasy and birthed a Mamiya of my own. I left the Mamiya I loved in the past. To me, you're the story you left, that is all. We received many letters from readers. The message you left at the end, the one asking if they knew Mamiya, was very effective. People enjoy talking about themselves. The reason they like reading in the first place is because they want to know themselves through the eyes of another. Some mentioned having imaginary friends when they were little. Others claimed they purposefully created fantastical entities. All in all, there was a lot of variety in the things being sent to them. That's all well and good. Anything they read belongs to the readers the moment they take it in hand. He chuckled, clearly satisfied. Mamiya was a shared illusion. It didn't have to belong to Arasagawa alone. Nothing would be better than it becoming a common knowledge acknowledged by all. Welcome back, Osamu. I'm back, Mamiya. Arasagawa sat on the sofa and was approached by 4 silhouettes, all accompanied by the smell of lotus flowers. You're eating this kind of thing again? You should probably start watching your nutrition. Shut up. I look up to someone who ate whatever he wanted to and died a peaceful death. So how did the horse races turn out? You got the paper. Show me the results. You didn't even get to place a bet. Fine. Here. It's a new moon tonight, Osamu. Plenty of stars to see in the sky. Guess I'll take a look at them while having a smoke. Anyway, let's get to the point. How did our book turn out? Holy fuck. So Arasagawa can see all 4 of the Mamiyas from Act 2. Huh. Okay. It's getting a second print. Oh, that's great. Nice. Is it really, huh? I'll have to thank the editor. Arasagawa hadn't given up on the ambition he failed to achieve in 2000. After the commune in the house with the view of Tokyo Tower was disbanded, he secretly continued to experiment. He wanted to write a story about Mamiya, and to that end, he studied everything about Mamiya and fantasy. And so, he would be able to perceive the Mamiyas of those who lived in that house. They appeared before him as so-called tulpas. Holy fuck! So, okay, so tulpomancy is very controversial in the DID and plural space. But effectively what it was he effectively created alternate versions of their Mamiyas as a part of himself. I'm just making sure I'm reading this correctly. But yeah, it's tulpomancy as a form of plurality. It's like DID, but where tulpomancers don't have any trauma or dissociative amnesia tied to their tulpa's actions. They are fully aware and fully cognizant of what their tulpas do. It's more akin to OSDD 1A or 1B. But there's no underlying trauma. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. It's very controversial. It is a confirmed form of plurality that does exist. But unlike DID or OSDD 1A or 1B, there is no trauma tied to it. So, only people who use dissociation as a coping mechanism for day-to-day stressors can become tulpomancers. But it has to be intentional dissociation, like choosing to. What I have, I don't choose when I dissociate. Adrian is pawing at me because he wants to chime in, but let me finish my thought first. But yeah, there are no dissociative amnesia barriers between the alters in this case. They appeared before him as so-called tulpas. Yeah, that's what it's implying. That is fascinating. Okay. It was easy after I accepted that it's all about fantasy and illusions. Spending a month practicing to see things that aren't there is easier than writing a book. I don't care that I can't go back to what I was before. It's been crazy ever since the day I've been crazy ever since the day I ate Mamiya's flesh. As long as you're satisfied. Smile, Mamiya. I'm here trying to fulfill our desire, the very one you want to see fulfilled. We want to share Mamiya instead of seeing just a single one. We'd rather split them among everyone else. The thing we've been aiming for since the year 2000 is a shared illusion. And you need to be at the heart of the era. If that's what you desire, we'll play along. Memes and the viral spreading of information will rule the world. We'll take the beginning of the shared illusion, just as we did the name. Plagiarism? We received a pretty strange fan letter. Well, I believe you should take a look just in case. The sender was Suo Kato. Huh? No way. This book is all about Mamiya. Kato was more surprised than he had ever been in the last few years. The popular work he'd pick up on a whim was about the friend he had since childhood. If you also had a Mamiya by your side, do let me know about them in secret. The line in the afterword in the editor's address made his eyes swirl. How do you write letters again? Hoping I'm not writing anything rude, but I wouldn't want to make them feel too bad. The fact that someone knew Mamiya filled Kato's heart with gratitude. I don't care if he never reads it. I just want to express my gratitude. Felt like a forgotten craving had just been reignited in him. Thank you, Mr. Arasagawa, for writing about Mamiya. Putting his emotions on paper, Kato soon lost himself in the letter. He poured more strength into his hand as he held the clean, faint blue paper. I see. I know Mamiya too, because Mamiya is mine. The letter from Suokato began with those words. The Mamiya that he went on to describe was nothing like the imaginary friends the other readers conveniently referred to. Arasagawa was certain about one thing. He definitely met our Mamiya. I'll write you a response. Let's meet and have a talk, Suokato. Hello, Mr. Arasagawa. It's an honor to meet you. The person who appeared at their meeting spot was a man far younger and burlier than he had expected. I brought some of my favorite books of yours. Would you mind signing them for me? Sure, no problem. Thank you. That really makes me happy. So what did you mean by Mamiya is mine? This was something Osamu had anticipated before the book was published. He fully expected to find others capable of seeing Mamiya, people other than the four gathered in that strange house in 1999. It had just simply happened that they were the ones being led there to Tokyo Tower. Sorry. The Mamiya in the book was my Mamiya too, but I felt like he was just a component. Osamu felt as though he had had this conversation in a rainy cafe once. Listen, that's exactly what Mamiya is. Really? Mamiya has various factors depending on who's watching. I know other Mamiyas myself. Oh, I had no idea. The fact he was moved by there being other Mamiyas made Osamu continue with the assumption that he wasn't greedy about this. So Suo, what was your Mamiya like? Well, my Mamiya was invisible. Oh? He was like a nice invisible man that I could ever hear but never see. I guess that can happen, huh? Osamu thought as he rubbed his chin. That's what I believed until very recently, anyway. Looking back, it was different in the past. The past? When I was very little, before I started going to school, I could actually see him. Osamu had a bad feeling about this. As I got older, I would only be able to hear him. I began treating him like an invisible person. Reading your book made me feel like that wasn't so nice of me. See. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Wait, how old are you now? I'm 19. When you were little, around 5 years old, did you see Mamiya then? Yes, though I might have started seeing him even earlier than that. This really takes me back. We used to play so much back then. Something was wrong. Something was very, very, very wrong. if what Kato was saying was true, it would mean that he'd met Mamiya in 1989. There were some gaps in the times the four in the house had met Mamiya. However, this was someone who'd known Mamiya for about a decade. The timescale was entirely different compared to the Mamiya stories of the other four. What are you saying, Suo Kato? What is this about Mamiya? You're curious? You want to know? Then keep watching, spectator. Mamiya Yumehisa, gently, put his hand on Suo Kato's shoulder. Mamiya is an imaginary friend that I created. Yeah. I won't break you, I swear. That winter day when they touched the soap bubbles. Just remember it, that's all you have to do. Christmas lights, delicious snacks. Many things you were given, that floaty sensation. The Tokyo sky flew through together. I love you, Mamiya. The goodbye at the seat that tilted the scales. The invisible Mamiya that Kato talks about. Thanks for hugging me back there. It's me. He's been with me ever since I was born. He's my Mamiya. Arasagawa realized something. He thought about and pondered Mamiya more than anyone else in the world. He found the answer. The original of the Mamiya that the four of them had was created by Suo Kato. He had to die. Oh, is that it? To keep Mamiya a shared illusion, Mamiya's source had to remain unknown. Otherwise, Mamiya the shared illusion wouldn't spread, continue, or exist. This was a mission. It was his mission as an author to protect the work he'd written. Mamiya is a shared illusion. Mamiya isn't yours. Suo slightly opened his eyes and mouth, barely continuing to breathe. But then Arasagawa brought the cigarette he was smoking to Suo's mouth. Take a deep breath here. Unable to handle it, he spat the cigarette out, his eyes welled up with tears. Seemingly satisfied, Osamu crushed the cigarette on the concrete and stood up. Why would you? Someone who had Mamiya. Imagine an establishment you just happened to walk into. You didn't expect much from it, but the food you get is really good. Doesn't that make you want to share it with others? Huh? I'd spent the last few years thinking about how to write Mamiya, and eventually came to a conclusion. Mamiya's got to be something that happens to be there. That's exactly what Mamiya is. Or rather we, got a gift we didn't know who to return to, and I spent a long time thinking about what to do with it. Finding out where it's gotta go is no good. And yet, you went and said that you're where Mamiya belongs. The shared illusion won't be completed like this. That's why you gotta be eliminated. What? No hard feelings. But this will turn the Mamiya who saved us into a shared illusion again. Suddenly, Suo's phone rang. Now of all times? Want to try asking your friend for help? Arasagawa chuckled as he opened the phone. The display read, Sejima Satoru. Hello? You're not Kato. The sound quality wasn't clear enough to be certain, but Osamu was more familiar with the voice and tone he heard from the other end of the line. ED. He couldn't even hear him breathe. Yet, in but a moment, Osamu could feel the person on the other side harden like a stone. Arasagawa. What happened to Kato? First answer me this. Osamu's tone left no room for argument. Arasagawa knew that Samejima Satoru had a weakness for him. Who's more important to you, Suo or Mamiya? Mamiya, shouldn't that be obvious? Yeah, I suppose it is. So that's how much this man means to him, huh? Sama thought. Samajima might have sensed the original Mamiya on him. Come over to the place I sent over right now, and don't tell anyone about this. Feeling dreary, he ended the call. Oh boy. Kaito, you're... Upon seeing the youth all covered in bruises and unconscious, the usually poker-faced man panicked. What do you have against him? Sheer Galt even asked that. Aren't you the one who secretly told him about Mamiya? Mamiya? You know the relationship between him and Kikuchi Ryo. Huh? No, Ryo's got nothing to do with... What are you talking about? I feel like we never really had a proper conversation in 1999. Looks like in 2003, we'll have to face each other and talk. Two briefly shared their thoughts. This is such bullshit. Is this layered structure supposed to be our sin and punishment? I had no choice but to remain silent and watch things unfold. This was a recollection, neither 1999 nor 2012, and I had no means of intervening as a spectator. The karma surrounding them is far too complex. Call me Mamiya. Arasagawa Osamu instilled this Mamiya in Kikuchi Ryo. I see hope in you. Samajima Satoru found selfish peace in Suo Keito's existence. Mamiya is mine. Arasagawa Osamu was unable to tolerate Suo Keito, who knew Mamiya other than the ones he'd created. But then who is that child? Samajima Satoru, who believed that the youth who'd appeared next to Suo Keito in 1999 was Kikuchi Ryo. The warped gears of fate slotted into place and began making a satisfying sound as they moved. What do you intend to do? Samajima looked down at the sky blue hair of the bloodied, unconscious youth. He didn't show it, but he was doing his best to keep himself from crying. Even this was all predestined. Flesh beyond the flowing blood invited the inhabitants of the Pink House. Do we still have the house you can see from Tokyo Tower from? No, I already sold it. But I bought a villa in the mountains. It's quiet and has soundproofing. Why are you asking that? There's nothing to gain from harming them anymore. There was no stopping them. What do you mean? This ain't nearly enough. He still didn't say anything I wanted to hear. I won't let him get away. And you will use my house for it? You like sharing your places, don't you? Especially if it's four of us? Huh? Cells were yearning. You should live there too, with Kikuchi Ryo, I mean. If you want a life like before, and you want it bad, don't you? He saw right through them. He was seen right through. No one could escape the truths. It all converged upon this conclusion. Ah, I hate you so much. What a coincidence. Me too. First thing Suo Keito saw upon waking up was a dusty floor. When he took a breath, the soundy air made him scowl. Where is this? When he tried to move, he realized his arms and legs were bound. Before he could fully understand the situation, he saw the shoes belonged to the author he so respected, Arasagawa. Hey there, I see you're awake. Mr. Arasagawa, why are you doing this? Don't worry, I'll let you go right away. All you gotta do is say one thing, pretty simple, huh? Just say you have nothing to do with Mamiya. Huh? Wait, but Mamiya is a close friend I've known for a long time. He's very important to... Before he could finish, the sole of a shoe was on his head. So if Mamiya Yumehisa is an imaginary friend Suo Keito created, is Suo Keito a spectator? It chose to retire and become a person? I don't want an answer to this. That's just what my brain is wondering. Anyway. Before he could finish, the sole of a shoe was on his head. That's not right, is it? You didn't know anything about Mamiya, right? No, This time he was kicked in the back of his thigh, sending him flying and hurting so much that his throat became stiff. If I decide to do something, I'll see it through to the end. I'll keep this until you correct yourself. I won't stop even if you stop breathing. Poor thing, you must be thirsty. Let's get you some water. Good morning, Rio. Saotaro, where are we? Listen well. From now on, you will undergo training to truly become Mamiya. That's a nice theory. Yeah. What do you mean? Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. Samajima loudly released a rabbit on the floor. A rabbit? Wait, it looks like we gotta kill and prepare it. Huh? That should be an easy task for Mamiya now. What are you saying? No, take me back home. Kikuchi tried to stand up and run, but Samajima's long, slender leg was in his way. You have no right to refuse. What would you do back home anyway? There is no one who will protect you. No, Mamiya! Asambu, help! Rely on me, not him. Kikuchi threw a tantrum and tried to run away, but Samajima grabbed his tiny body from behind. No, stop! Oh dear, don't be so feisty. He groaned in pain within his tight grip and stopped struggling as he lost the strength to do so. While still in pain, his eyes met the twitching rabbit's. You cannot escape anyway. Within the blood vessels of its transparent ears, he saw a shared destiny. You are weak and unfit for society. You will never be able to reach an understanding with others through words. The only type of communication you can manage is a simple one. It's a very primal method indeed. Oh, you mustn't look away. Look closely and remember this fact. Words are utterly powerless against violence. I brought you food. Eat. You will die if you don't. On the floor, he placed a roast beef-like meat covered in a reddish-brown sauce. I'll leave it here. Samajima left the room and some time passed. Rio could only fight his hunger for a few hours after that. He couldn't look away from the meat. He took it in his hands and began eating the appetizing food. Hunger was the greatest spice, and the joy he gained from this meal was one rarely experienced. Oh, you ate it. Was it good? You seem to have enjoyed it. Say, Rio, whose meat do you think that was? See you until the next meal. That question resounded in his head. For all you know, the rabbits may want you to eat them. He puked a little in the edge of the room. Listlessness filled every inch of this space. Showing resistance was an option, but when people realized it was futile, they simply gave up. It was far easier to silently accept the state of things. Resistance was tiring. It was better to just stay in this room. I mustn't run. I can't run. Kikuchi, Rio, what are you saying? Of course you can run. Really want to tear out this page and delete those words. Watching something so terrible unfold while being unable to do a thing is beyond irritating. Only someone could save you. Even Suokato refused to give up and continued to crawl with his bound limbs. I need to get away from here as soon as possible. What? Is someone there? What? Who's there? The voice seemed to belong to a scared child. Though surprised, Kato tried to remain calm. Are you locked in here too? Run away with me. Yeah, run away with him. I won't run. Why? Why, Kikuchi, Rio? I gotta become Mamiya. What did the people in this place think Mamiya was? What's your name? Rio? For a moment there was a strange sound akin to scratching ice. Rio? I'm Suokato, just remember that. I'll do what I can to save you, at least you. You're keeping a child here as well, aren't you? Oh, you saw him? What's with him? I told him he must become Mamiya. What are you people doing here? Want to meet him? Huh? The door opened like it was nothing. The time that flowed between them was oddly dense. They stopped breathing, and it felt as if each blink carried the dew of several light years. It all felt so precious and difficult to part with. He almost wanted for this to last forever. Kato. That youthful voice brought him back to his senses. Listen, Rio, this is a friend who's gonna live with you from now on. The voice behind Kato made the child in front of him turn stiff as a statue. Mr. Arasagawa, what are you? What was the smell of iron coming off the door? What were they making this child do here in this blood-soaked room? Oh, you've already met. A clear voice could be heard within the darkness, one that seemed to almost crawl on the ground. Samajima. That familiar face briefly filled him with relief, but then Kato became alert. Why are you here? Kato? Why is an officer involved in something like this? His body trembled with boiling anger. You think this is okay? The chagrin welling up in him made Kato cry, but he did his best to hold back the tears. This seemed to hit Samajima hard. Of course not. Then why are you? I don't believe this is an emotion you can understand, but I've always been scared of deviating from societal norms. I didn't become an officer for the justice that you believe in. I did it because I was a coward who could only ever choose this role. I felt comfortable with a position that involved hating evil and arresting the guilty. It put me at ease. But some things are worth throwing all that away for. Such as? Samajima placed a hand on the child's shoulder and smiled. I cannot give up on Mamiya. Even if I lose everything, I want to see that ominous rainbow once again. Upon waking, he felt the warmth of a child next to him. Kato, you are unconscious. Are you okay? Kikujiro was huddling up to him in a way so as not to flare up the wounds he received from Arasagawa. Yeah, I am. He gently put his hand on the boy's, careful not to scare the child. It was small and cold. When he noticed the light shaking in Kato's hand, he gently held it back. Why are you so polite with me? Huh? You're an adult, so it's kinda strange. Good point. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. Despite the fatigue, the nostalgia made him smile. It feels right to talk with you that way. Within its aftertaste, he gathered his resolve. Rio, let's run away from here, okay? Bewilderment made his honey-colored eyes quiver. No, he slowly refused. I won't run. The strange fiction on that felt off to Kato. Why? There's no point, they'll catch us anyway. But there's no point. No matter how much I didn't want it, the rabbit still died. Because of me, it died by my hands. Sweat gathered on his back. The reek of blood he'd smelled upon coming into this room was caused by animal blood. Layers upon layers of brainwashing and violence had stripped the boy of his will to run. I'm here too. You? Might be able to run away if we're together. He held the child's shoulders tight. Listen, Rio, please don't give up. His amber eyes shifted from the color of fatigue to bewilderment. You shouldn't be in a place like this. Kato couldn't pour much strength into his arms, but he brought the boy close regardless. You shouldn't become the Mamiya they want you to be. To convey his feelings in warmth, he pulled the boy into a weak embrace. This might have been a selfish kind of justice, but he hoped that it would make his life at least a bit better. What will you do if you get out of here? Well, there were many things he wanted to do. He wanted to eat a lot and sleep in a safe and clean bed. He wanted to turn Arasagawa and Samajima into the police and have them punished, and he wanted to see his parents. However, he felt that none of these would help lift the boy's spirits. Yeah, I'll write letters. Letters? Yes, to you. Why? Because I don't want you to hate the world. Those words came from the heart. I want you to know that this world is full of kindness, warmth, and all kinds of wonderful things. Travel across the world and discover all the fun things I can. Tell you about them in my letter and ask you to tell me about yours. Such as? On just the other side of this planet, there's a rainbow-colored mountain. Really? It's in a country called Peru. Getting up the mountain is hard, but the view is very beautiful. Take a photo of it someday and send it to you. I want to see it. I know you would. There are so many fun things everywhere. I wonder if I can write a good reply. Don't worry, it doesn't have to be good. Right. Let's share what's happening to us even if we're distant. We'll tell each other that everything's alright. Confirm that both of us are alive. But for that to happen, we need to get away from here. By the time the two became tired and fell asleep, the door opened up and light flooded in. Be quiet, Rio's sleeping. Oh, playing Papa Bear, huh? I think I'm gonna cry. I won't let you have your way. Why do you think we put you in the same room even though you could escape? You must have realized it by now, right? This is the room where animals are killed and prepared. Room where Rio will become the perfect Mamiya. Kaito turned pale. He understood what would happen here. He wished he hadn't, but now he understood what Kyuchi Rio would do to him. You! His body trembled with fear and anger as his teeth continued to chatter. Have you even thought about the mental strain that would put on him? Arasagawa made a bitter scowl that stopped Kaito from speaking. For a soon-to-be corpse, you sure are loud. Kaito? Rio. You should be honored too, Kaito. With your death, Kikuchi Ryo's Mamiya will be complete. His ears were buzzing. He heard the ragged breathing of a child. Now do as I taught you. His breath echoing through the darkness was warm. No touch was needed to know that. Sin from some other time was touching his immobilized body. The smell of the salty sea water so cold it hurt. How sad, this must be painful. You want to run away as soon as you can. No matter how much it hurts, you mustn't run away. If you swing it, though, it will make you feel a bit better. The invisible darkness changed its shape. Its tiny body used its muscles as Kikuchi Ryo stabbed Suo Kaito in the stomach. The searing pain made him scream so loud it threatened to tear his vocal cords. The feeling of the stab was conveyed by the intrusive feeling of the blade in the flesh. It was hot, far too hot. Pain was so acute that Kaito felt like he would be twisted in half. Now once more. Suddenly, Kikuchi Ryo's body twitched with intense rejection. No, I don't wanna. Stop. Don't want to kill him, he'll die. But what if you still won't be able to run away? Then He was about to the point the survival knife himself. Then an adult arm took it from him. Let's stop there. Okay, Samajima? Very well. He seemed to be not fully there, but he agreed regardless. He's bleeding bad, he'll die eventually anyway. Let's come back at dawn. Are you sure, ED? Didn't you say you loved seeing the exact moment when people die? I did. I'm sure I said some awful things back then. After throwing a glance at Suo Kaito, writhing in agony, Samajima closed the door. Kaito, I'm so sorry. Please don't die. Rio, listen. The boy took his hand and nodded as firmly as he could. Let's run away together. Let's do it, Rio. We can't, and nothing good will come from it. Samajima, he purposely forgot to lock the door. I think this may be our final chance. It's a test. He's always had a weakness for me. But you're bleeding so much. Rio. Kaito touched the boy's cheek with a hand covered in blood from his stomach. Let's run. Please don't die. I won't, thanks. Kaito wanted nothing more than to let the boy escape. That day was very cold and had record-breaking snowfall. The two went out in light clothing, and the intense fragments of frost covered them until they were cloaked in white. It was more than enough to slow down a wounded youth, a small child. You mustn't run away. Within this world of white and silver, he felt as though someone was reaching from behind to grab his shoulder. He couldn't run away. Couldn't run away, and yet... It's snowing so hard. Are you cold? I'm fine. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Kaito's blood kept spilling out, and every step made his consciousness fade. Don't worry, we'll run away and survive, I'm sure of it. Even so, he kept up a smile to reassure the boy and continued in a direction where he expected to find people. I will protect you no matter what. He tightly embraced the boy as his teeth were chattering. Let's keep going. Their silhouettes were followed by a crimson trail made by the wound. He creeped into a grove to stay warm. However, the sheer volume of his blood loss made him collapse on the spot. Kaito, we've got to keep going. We need to get you to the hospital, Kaito. Come on. I won't die. He extended his hands and embraced the boy. He wanted to protect him from the evil blizzard. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. He brought the boy's head closer to his chest and did his best to speak in a warm tone. Through the back of the boy's head, he felt the trembling of his jaw. He might no longer had the strength to face the blizzard with the child in his arms. His consciousness turned hazy. His hearing had grown weaker as well, and his own heartbeat made the pain flare up. Every breath seemed to shatter more and more of his hopes. I'm gonna die, he thought. There seemed to be no end to the snow. In fact, his back gradually turned wet from the layer of snow piling up on it. He felt as though cold water was gathering at his feet and gradually reached his throat. The countdown to his death wasn't stopping. I'm gonna die. I'm cold. That voice within his arms made him open his eyes wide. Who would protect him, he wondered, feeling he'd once felt towards those who were weaker than him. Brought back a warmth deep within his heart. When we get home... His husky voice was anything but reassuring, but it was the best he could do. I'll write letters, lots and lots of letters. It was to give him hope for life. Where could we go? A warm place would be nice. A tropical island with palm trees? It was so that his future would continue. There are many fun things waiting for us. There's much that the world wants to tell both you and me. Kaito, you? I'll write letters. So you won't be lonely even when you go back home. Hey. Are you okay? The ambulance is close. Put this on. Hang in there. Kaito. Over here, there's an adult and a child. Kaito. Upon waking up at the hospital, Kikuchi Ryo was by himself. You're Kikuchi Ryo, right? We are the police. We're on your side. Do you understand? Yes. Sorry, the shock must have been really bad, but we'd like to know what happened that day. Kikuchi Ryo? I don't know. Oh, it happened because I ran away, he thought. I don't really know. It's because I ran away that he... I don't remember much of what happened back then. I shouldn't have run. It was the morning after that night. Kikuchi and Suo were found on a snowy path. Two youths lit by the morning sun, cold of children with futures. Suo Keita was embracing Kikuchi Ryo, protecting him from the snow. Guess this is how the works of Rubens look outside of a painting. Suo Keita's side profile was shining. No matter how beautifully you tried to describe it, a corpse was a corpse. Seeing them as divine was sacrilege toward the dead. But what was sublime here? Their rare indignation, sadness, and helplessness, all their feelings died at once. It took witnessing a death, but they finally came to their senses. Goodbye. Yeah. That winter morning, two swore never to meet again. And that's what happened in 2003. All the mistakes that led to you dying. At that moment, the entirety of the scenery fell far behind as silence enveloped the world. The very landscape seemed to tremble. The scenery blended with itself. Only Tokyo Tower stayed unmoving. Something unidentifiable flowed from his stomach. Couldn't see his body well. Hey. Merry-go-round kept spinning and accelerating to the point where it felt like it could fall apart any second. Did you enjoy your childish fantasy playtime? So you love the useless, shapeless, invisible illusion. Did that help you deal with the reality that doesn't go the way you want? How about you stop? I'm not trying to be mean here. Why do you think I showed you this? Think for a moment. This is a tragedy that won't happen if you simply give up on and forget about Mamiya. You're not a child anymore, you know. The flow lines became lights, gave birth to chaos, and pulverized the minds of men. Grow up already. Next thing Kato knew, he was left alone in front of the merry-go-round. Under the veil of night, the sparkles of the amusement park were vainly turning behind him. I died in 2003? Hello, Mom. How are you? Just wanted to hear your voice. Are you enjoying the trip? Glad to hear that. No, I'm not crying. I'm fine. Anyway, good night. I love you. Phew. The moment the call ended, the voice, the emotions, the attachment to life, they all reached a breaking point. Mother's voice sounded the same as ever, and he was replaying it in his head over and over again. His parents had raised him for 15 years, hoping that he would grow up healthy and have a bright future. Yet Suiketo would die in 4 years, leaving them behind. He was embraced by inescapable fear. Sorry for being such a bad son. Sorry, Mom, Dad. He didn't want to die. I don't want to die. Weeping his eyes out, he looked at the beautiful book in his hand. It was the Mamiya that had properly appeared in this world and was loved by everyone. What about me? He wondered. He looked at the text, the author's name, Arisugawa Osamu, and the title Mamiya. It was like a frog in a well. Kaido began to feel like a green, insignificant creature that didn't know anything. Did you enjoy your childish fantasy playtime? He imagined that, from Osama's perspective, what Kato was doing must have looked endlessly immature. If only I could have stayed clueless. I would have been so happy to have just stayed ignorant, hiding my things and never comparing them to anyone. There were things within him that he loved and was proud of. But they had all been pulled out, put up for comparison, became oxidized, and they all became stale. Writing the endlessly flowing tears, the yearnings that were his and his alone were slipping away. This damn book. He suddenly felt hatred for the book in his hand and raised it high, ready to throw it to the floor. Unable to do something so awful, he himself collapsed where he stood. I shouldn't have read this book. I'd still be happy if I didn't. Kaito. Mamiya, do you remember that snowy day when we went out and made a snowman? Yeah, I remember it. That made me really happy. Come on, Kaito, remember those good old days. The days back then were filled with light. The boy gathered up some snow and threw it upwards, making it shine in the clear daylight. These were nice, fun winter days. Look, this is you. Me? It's like I'm looking in a mirror, thanks. He showed me the face he'd made using buttons and smiled proudly. I feel like you're missing something. Yeah, I have a mouth, but don't think I can eat without hands. Then we'll use these branches, and like this? It's okay to grasp the tip of a branch. Handshake. Oh, handshake. It's getting dark, let's go home. The boy walked home as though pulled by someone's hand. Then that someone turned around as if remembering something. Kaito, where's your green scarf? I gave it to you. Turning around, they saw that the snowman now enveloped by a large green scarf. Sure I can have it? Yeah, now you won't be cold. That makes me happy. It's very warm. Thanks, Kaito. Mamiya melted. The next day they went to the same place. There they found a smaller pile of snow along with the buttons, the branches, a green scarf all wet and dirty. That day he went home early and washed the dirty scarf with his mother, crying all the while. Come on, Kato, don't cry. The scarf is all clean now. Wear it again. I don't need it. Oh, no, it's not mine anymore. This is something I gave to a friend. There it is. It was kept hidden deep in the storage room. The green scarf that was a slight bit too big for any child. Touched its soft fabric, but then felt his hand becoming heavy with hopelessness. You remember? This is the scarf I gave to you. Yeah, I do. Of course I remember. It's one of my personal treasures. I see. Every memory I had with you is irreplaceable treasure for me. It's not just the scarf, though. The songs and dances we did, the talks we had, and yeah. Scarf still in hand, Suoketo went to the garden. Kato, Mamiya, stand there and watch. Suoketo was holding the scarf in one hand and a kitchen lighter in the other. What are you doing? Those memories meant the world to me as well. Brought the fire close to the scarf and set it ablaze. Ah! No, wait, Kato, stop! Kato, my precious scarf is on fire. It's gonna burn up. If you hate it so much, why not show yourself and stop me? Like the Mamiya from Mr. Arasagawa's book. Kato, don't. Please don't say that. You can do it, right? The others can see you, right? I'm gonna die anyway. I'm gonna die so... Why do I have to talk to you? Why is my own Mamiya appearing in front of everyone else? Why do I have to die in 2003? Weird, is it? I don't know which year it is anymore. Will I die in the future, or was I already dead? Regardless, it doesn't change a thing. I'm still gonna die to the unfair hatred I'll get because of you. Kato, I'm so sorry. How about you show yourself instead of apologizing? If you could just be with me like you were in the past, that would be enough, but instead... I'm always here. I'm right here. Mamiya Yumehisa bent forward and ran to the side of the window. Kato, please. Put your hand there on the window. Suoketo did as told, and Mamiya Yumehisa gently put his own hand over his. See here, I'm touching you right now. Two hands were overlaid as Suoketo's breaths and his alone were turning the glass white. Here. I'm right here. Can't tell it all. Suoketo stomped out the flame of the burned-up scarf and went back inside. Kato, I'm sorry. Let me do it again. Turns out that when people are pushed to the limit, they can only feel at ease with something that can be seen, something tangible. It's gotta be something with form, like the Mamiya in this book. Suoketo collapsed with a sigh. Ha ha! His knees touched the ground as he put strength into his grip, almost as if he was about to tear up the carpet. I lost to Mr. Arasagawa. I lost because he loved Mamiya more than me and took Mamiya away because I lost. Huh. He felt as if the invisible figure had frozen in place, but only felt it. Forget it. It was all in his head. I don't care about Mamiya anymore. Never show yourself to me again. Alright. Felt like the air had become drained and cracked, which was followed by a stinging pain. The vibrations of his faint breathing weren't reflected. What are you doing? My fist was trembling, yet this man before me simply flashed a pained smile. This is for the best. This isn't like you. You should act like the other Mamiyas. Cling on, even if your fantasy is denied and meaningless. Mamiya Yumehisa gently shook his head. I was only there because Kaito wanted me to be. If he doesn't, I'll just vanish. His words like foam. Mamiya Yumehisa disappeared from before me. How can you keep a smile after your very existence has been denied? Let's do this. He'd suddenly gone to look deeper in his room and began a major cleanup. What's he doing? The college notebook he'd used as a dream diary was thrown in a cardboard box with little care. Ah! Along with the heartache, the scene gave me a huge shock as if the whole world was crumbling. I wanted to turn the notebooks into something that never happened. I won't write in this anymore. Stop, please. Gotta let go of these childish things. Those are your dreams, my hopes. Please don't deny them. Without any emotion, Suoketo closed the cardboard box and put it away in an unused room. This was the home where Mamiya Yumehisa vanished while groaning in pain. Now I was so hurt I couldn't even move. Everything about this world is so boring. Nothing moves my heart, nothing about it is good. That's why I gotta make it a bit more fun. If I steal this. Oof. The hell are you doing? You just put something in your bag, didn't you? Let me go. Still haven't noticed. Put it back and let's get out of here. Why are you always so... Suo? Shut up. Hey! Suo? Suo! Did you want? This has nothing to do with you. Don't want to be friends with a shoplifter. Did something happen? Huh, we haven't seen each other since the visit to the amusement park. How have you been? Shut up. Suo? Oh yeah. Rio, teach me how to fight. Were you told to shoplift by some bad guys? No, not at all. I did it because I wanted to. Listen, you don't need to be able to fight. You have bigger strengths than that. Huh? You got the kindness that comes from your imagination, right? What? Kindness? Imagination? I don't need any of that. Why are you acting like you're older than me? You're not being straightforward. If you want to say something, how about you just do it? There's no way you can understand what I feel. I mean, you're the protagonist. What are you talking about? The voice of the large child echoed through the town. The red, empty sun was stretching out of their shadows. Listen, I have absolutely nothing. I'm gonna die without becoming anyone or having achieved anything. Be honest with me. You think that I'm childish and embarrassing, don't you? Huh? You think I'm plain and not special in any way? That I'm running away from reality and clinging to a fantasy? Of course I don't think that. The distorted voice was clouded by a black wave of sadness. None of what you have is embarrassing. Even Kikuchi Ryo's honest words were met by a ridiculing gaze from Suoketo. Oh, I see. It's because you've always had things I desperately wanted. This miserable feeling isn't something you can understand. Ryo wanted to stop the words coming out of the other's mouth, but his legs and mouth were frozen. I wanted to become someone's dream. If I had to die, I wanted to die while being a person someone else looks up to. Huh? Here's the thing. I'm gonna die in 2003. Ryo remembered the memory he'd seen on the Ferris wheel. What? You. I'm gonna die because I'm gonna become someone's target for a stupid reason and die because of it. Suo, you would probably be able to brush this fate aside. You're like the protagonist of a manga, so you'd just beat it all with a punch. But I'm the one who killed you. It's because of me that you... No, you don't have to let it get to you. I have to live in reality, don't I? Just like you. If we don't put our feet in this world for the sake of protecting someone weak, we'll have no future. Kuchiryo looked up at Suoketo and saw him crying in the evening sun. Why can't both be important? Can't my two hands reach for both things? I don't care if it tears me apart. So please forgive me for being so embarrassing and pathetic. Felt as though this large, beautiful beast would vanish somewhere. Sorry for bothering you with these strange things, even in the end. Ryo felt like he was the only one who could stop him. Thanks for giving me the unusual, Ryo. Have a good life. Suo? Alas, his extended arm failed to reach its destination. Must have been so disappointed in me. I don't want to meet anyone. Only 2003 never came. Back. Man, it's cold. Gotta turn on the heating. TV's talking about the end of the world again. Makes sense. I mean, it's December of 1999. The world would soon end. Didn't know how much truth there was to it, but people on TV and the news had made it out to be a big deal. Look at this magazine. It's got all these details about Nostradamus. Say there was a hidden code in the prophecy. Check it out, Suo. I'm good. Really? Yeah, none of us actually felt like the world was gonna end. Okay, sit down, everyone. I'm gonna reveal the results of the quiz we had last time. He's earlier than usual. Gotta hurry up. The days just go by without any change. I still don't know my purpose for being here. Why is everything so devoid of fun? I'll blink one moment and the world will be over the next. If it's gonna end, it doesn't matter what I do, right? It would be simple and anticlimactic, like the burst of a soap bubble. Gotta throw Mamiya away. 1999, Tokyo. The internet hadn't developed enough to let people exchange information in real time. It was a time when TV was still the dominant form of media. Before the switch to the new millennium, there were people that believed the world would end. There weren't many of them, but their numbers were hardly insignificant. It might have been odd considering that the year 2000 was just an arbitrary number set by one of the world's religions. As though it was something unprecedented, many were expecting the world to end. The mood of madness and fatigue infecting society was being fanned by mass media. And many people now thought they were special simply because they lived in 1999. See you, Suo. I don't know what happened to you, but cheer up, okay? Sure, thanks. The rain was beating down on the windows. I forgot to bring an umbrella. Would have been easy if Suoketo was like so many others. You could also say that he was a child yearning for the unusual. Oh, how great it would have been if he wasn't the one to die in 2003, or if he wasn't my friend. Even so, he's definitely an invaluable friend of mine. That's why I'll engage the gears of this adverse fate. So let's start again, Suoketo. Let's free you from your karma. He was at a loss for words. Because within the unrelenting rain, he found Ryo. Quickly ran up to him, forgetting the mean things he'd said to him earlier. His eyes, drenched in rainwater, were closed shut. Ah, blood. He quickly took out a towel and placed it on his stomach. Hang in there, snap out of it. His head ached with an awful sense of deja vu. Please don't die. He put Ryo's arms around his shoulders and carefully began heading home. Please don't die. His wish seemed to be the same warmth he embraced on that mountain, as well as the aspiration he'd felt back when he was even younger. He hoped that they could patch things up. He hoped that, pathetic though he may be, he could help Ryo. Pictured a future in which he proudly told him they were equal. And yet... Who are you? Don't joke like that. Feeling as though he had been told his concerns didn't mean anything, Keita turned angry. You got hurt this badly and now you're lying. Whatever. What? You this desperate to mess with me? Grabbed Ryo's shoulders and realized he was shaking. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled. It's fine. You'd never seen such a terrified expression. Did you really lose your memories? Sorry, I don't remember you. You know each other, right? Apologetic way he said that gave Kato a heartache so badly that it brought him to tears. I'm sorry. He thought that it could be an act, but then realized that Ryo was too clumsy for that. Don't apologize. Kato remembered how mean he was to Ryo, how he had hurt him. I was the one who should say sorry. And he wondered why. Ryo always sacrificed himself like this. Your name is Kikuchi Ryo. Ryo? You're 17 and you have a little sister. Her name is Midori. Midori? Not even that name made him react. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kato gulped and continued. You're good at fighting and you love strawberry donuts. Kato didn't know why. You won't talk much, but you have a big mouth. You get mad at me a lot, which I don't like. Despite not knowing him all that well, he had lots of stuff to say about him. But you're a very gentle soul who's very considerate of me. Ryo was the one who gave him a towel and donuts and exchanged letters with him. He was also very kind to Kato. This is all I know about you. Hi. My name is Suoketo. He took his hand and gathered his courage before continuing. I am your friend. For now, just stay here at my place. Alright? The bandages aren't too tight, are they? I'll give you some spares. Use them if they become too loose. Thanks. It's late now, so let's leave the thinking for tomorrow. Not wanting to show his fatigue, Kato picked his words carefully. Good night, Rio. Good night, Suo. The moment he closed the door and collapsed onto his bed, he began silently weeping. I'm scared. The older boy he'd found so reliable was bleeding and on the verge of death. On top of that, he'd lost his memories and could only rely on Suo now. Fear of having to carry the weight of life overwhelmed his entire being. Still, a part of him was happy that Rio relied on him. It was as if he had hoped to become the protagonist of a story. Filled him with hope for the unusual. These conflicting emotions couldn't be defined, turning into tears that wet the pillow. After school the next day, they'd gone to the sea, but the results were disappointing. He couldn't find his sister playing around nor the donut shop he had a part-time job at. The splashing of the faded, raging waves brought nothing back to Rio's mind. Able to shake off the fatigue, the two went back home. This world is now completely in the year 1999. The road to Kikuchi Ryo's 2012 is closed, and they'll never find a way back. The blended world has never produced anything but contradictions. Here, I made hot milk. Have some. Thanks. Rio covered himself in a blanket on the sofa, his body quivering lightly. Tense unease was swirling within Kato's chest. I'm gonna check the flowchart real quick, see if we, wound up somewhere. I think I know what happened, but I'm not sure. A few days ago, I couldn't have imagined seeing Rio like this. To Kato, Rio had always been a hero-like figure who stayed strong no matter what. I got some bad dreams. Dreams, I see, dreams. Well, I don't get any dreams myself. Kinda jealous. You are? Words made Kato's eyebrows twitch. That's all the more reason to drink the milk. It'll make you sleep better. Told you don't need it. For some reason, Rio's stubbornness made Kato upset. Telling you to drink it, this is my place you're living at. Kato kept Rio in place on the sofa and pushed the warm mug against his face. Sorry, I got distracted. No, it's fine. I thought we might have looped back on ourselves here a bit, and... See, it's warm. Calms you down, doesn't it? Alright, fine, I'll drink it. Would have been supporting Kikuchi Rio up... No, but you're okay. That is Kato's room. Okay. The way he was in this moment, it didn't seem like he had anything to fear. Give me the cup. Open your mouth. Kato put more power into his grip. Are you for real? The mug with the milk was releasing faint steam. Get burned if you don't drink it properly. Stop, don't mess around like this, I'm tired. That's exactly why you should drink it. Words made sense in Kato's mind, but Rio responded with a dubious expression on his face. Eventually giving in, Rio opened his mouth and showed his white teeth. He placed his lips on the edge of the cup. Kato slowly tilted it, then gently retracted it after watching the warm milk enter his mouth. Sorry. A moment later, Kikuchi Rio gulped. Glad you drank it. It's how you were calmed down when you had bad dreams? That cold voice, laced with a hint of rejection, made Kato embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's just that I've never seen you so fragile, so I'm sorry. After apologizing, he ran up the stairs back to his room. Why did I do that? Must have gotten carried away because he's an amnesiac. I probably felt very bored. That must have been why he stuck the still sharp fragments of glass towards him. He'd forgotten to have them dulled by his dreams and made Ryo suffer for his own boredom. Someone, anyone. A raging sea with no one in it. The reddish-brown surface became a strong flow that stood in his way. I gotta save Ryo, someone help. Who could that someone be? Mamiya, please. There was no one to respond to his voice. Help me. Someone help me. Overflowing salt water, Gracie in a dulled mind. His throat was tensed up, and there was gravel in his bitter-tasting mouth. Ryo saw Suo standing there. He was looking at him with empty eyes. What was he holding? How long had he been holding it? He had to take it away and protect him. Suo. He had to protect this guy. But I get it, Suo. Hey. Why was there blood coming out of his stomach? There's no way. There's no way I can tell him that I have a dream in which he kills me. Right. After this, Kikuchi Ryo gets killed at the sea. Just like Suo Kato in 2003, he gets stabbed in his stomach. He died the same way. Is that something I should write off as a coincidence? After all, they're both each other's assailants and victims. Suo Kato died in 2003 in the snow because of a wound made by Kikuchi Ryo stabbing him. And in 1999, Kikuchi Ryo died at the sea by Suo Kato's hand. What a complicated karmic connection. It's as if Kikuchi from 1999 is taking on the karmic debt from Suo Kato's death in 2003. Why did I survive? If I had died instead of him, this wouldn't have... It's just like you wanted that day. Was it really, though? In this world of karma, the chronological order of the eras held no meaning. Now that 1999 and 2012 were blended together, the thing to happen first would be Kikuchi Ryo's death at sea in 1999. The thing that happens first is Kikuchi Ryo's death at sea in 1999. In terms of karma, Suo Kato's death in 2003 seems like it happens first. It's actually predated by Kikuchi Ryo's death at sea. I'd wanted to extend Suo Kato's life so much that I was hyper-focused on how to prevent his death in 2003, but... 2 lives surrounded by bleeding and death. This karma has an origin. It doesn't begin with Suo Kato dying, becoming the victim, but the time Suo Kato murdered, becoming the assailant. I suppose it's all good. This is only a dream after all, and they do say it's good luck to kill in a dream. The future in which Kikuchi Ryo was killed. No, why? I don't want this. I don't want to kill him, he'll die. This was the cause leading to the effect that created the past in which Suo Kato was killed. Suo Kato died in 2003, and to know why, there are some things that have to be revealed. First, who the assailant is. Suo Kato. Right, the assailant is Suo Kato. When did it happen then? In 1999. It's because Suo Kato killed Kikuchi Ryo at the sea in 1999 that karma caught up to him and killed him in 2003? What a strange karmic connection. That means there's only one person who can prevent Suo Kato's death. That's you, Kikuchi Ryo. Their relationship was generally positive. They split chores and helped each other with better lives, at least until they received a sudden visitor. Welcome back. Mr. Samajima, I haven't seen you since the amusement park visit. Samajima Satoru? May I come in? Of course not! Huh? I'm shaking for some reason. Kikuchi Ryo, the one you tried to kill is in here. Please don't come in. Oh my, is there a problem? I'm impressed you can even say that. You're the one who locked me up. Would you like something tasty? I know a good crab place. Huh, I see. I'm feeling somewhat ill. Are you sure I cannot rest inside for a bit? So that was your plan. How underhanded. Sure, come in. I'll prepare the guest room. Suo, do we have a guest? Shh, we do. So lie down on the sofa and hide under the sheets. Thank you for having me. Bed in the guest room is free, so use that if you're feeling unwell. No need for that. I'll feel better with just a little rest in the living room. In all honesty, I don't need any rest at all. I simply wanted to see if you're doing well. Me? Yes, it appears that I don't feel too good if I don't see you're smiling. But I'm the same as ever. I want to see the more childish side of you. You do realize that the reason I'm not happy right now is because you'll do something awful to me, right? You adults are so self-serving. Oh no, I'm feeling even worse. May I rest here? Go ahead. The free room is over there. Thank you very much. Alright, he's gone. What was that? The one who will... Never mind. He's an acquaintance of my dad who happens to be very intrusive. I don't know why, but I felt a strong chill just then. You don't have to remember that. Huh? Samajima ended up leaving the Suo residence in less than an hour. That was a close one. I almost forgot that 1999 Samajima Satoru was still around. If he had met Kikuchi Ryo, it wouldn't have ended well. Why was he here anyway? Just on a whim? Well, it could be that, but... Phew, treating a guest really tired me out. I'll go rest in my room. Sure, go ahead and relax. The way he's talking tells me he's hiding something. Did I have that bad feeling because it's got something to do with me? I shouldn't worry about it. Careful not to wake the sleeping Suoketo, he silently opened the door. Inside the room Samajima Satoru had been resting in, there was a large sofa and some unused furniture. Between them, there was a large cardboard box that looked like it had been moved recently. There's lots of notebooks. Do they have something to do with his studies? That's Suoketo's dreams. He sure writes a lot about them. But then, why did he say he didn't get dreams? I'll have a look. This diary is pretty fun to read. And Suo, you really didn't have to hide this. I don't get any dreams myself. Why'd you lie like that? I want to be more considerate of you. I want to, but it's hard when you're hiding your true self. That day, Bushirio had another nightmare of the Ashen Sea. There was something different about it this time. A different person was standing in Suoketo's place. Who's that? Shouting at something as hard as he could. The sound of the wind and the waves drowned it out. And so the man kept shouting something, desperate for Ryo to hear it. Gotta get closer. Ryo took a step closer, but the sea was so cold it made him go numb. Hey, what are you trying to say? You. You gotta protect Suoketo. That request was the same as the desire he'd made before falling asleep. That's what I'm trying to do, but he's not opening up to me. You can't let Suoketo kill you. A chill went down Ryo's spine. Felt as though the nightmare had suited premonitions. What do I do? How can I protect him? The man before him mustered all his willpower and said, "Don't run." Perhaps the cold was making him numb, but the man looked like he was about to cry. You can run from everything else, society, your past, adults, but don't run from Suoketo. As if I would. I'll protect Suo, so please. The morning sun shining through the window gently warmed his cheek. When he tried to get up, his hand touched a bunch of notebooks. I'll protect Suo, so please don't cry. I can only hope that my shout reached you. You're the only one who can act and change things. You're the card that can rewrite the story. Suoketo was drier and more wasted than one could imagine. The light of the living room was so bright he was rolling himself up while covering his face. He was like a bomb that had dried to the point of being lit and was on the verge of going off. I don't want to do anything. I'm tired. Wanting to see Kato's face, Kikuchi Ryo extended his hand. However, he shook his blue hair, making him stop. Ryo was surprised by the rejection he felt on the back of his hand, but he continued regardless. If you're tired, you should rest. I'll get you some hot milk. Don't need it, just don't do anything unnecessary. Suo, can you show me your face? I want to talk to you. Those ash-colored eyes peeked listlessly through his arm. Kikuchi Ryo's momentary relief turned to sadness when Kato hit his eyes again. You don't want to talk to me? I'd like to know more about you. Why not just remember, we already know each other? That's a mean thing to say. Think I'm the mean one here? Kato's agitated movements made Kikuchi Ryo come closer and place a hand on his back. I want to remember. I feel like I'm lying dormant within you. I'm tired and not in a state to think about you. Enough about me then, tell me about you. You're being annoying. Suo Kato stood up with a loud noise. He was tall, so much so that he blocked out the very light that had been annoying him, preventing it from reaching Kikuchi Ryo. If you want to remember, I think I have a good way to help you, Ryo. You were good at fighting. He then pushed Kikuchi Ryo's shoulder against the wall, his heavy shadow looming over him. So fight me. Fight you, but I don't want to do anything bad to you. Pushed his shoulder against the wall with force. You didn't even teach me how to fight. Then he used his other arm to punch Kikuchi Ryo in the face. As Suo Kato gave him a desperate look, Kikuchi Ryo simply looked back at him in silence. I'm not running from you, no matter how you act, that's what I've decided. So go on, talk about yourself. Kato's face turned red as he prepared another fist. He then punched him over and over again. His inexperienced punches were rather sloppy, but he did know how to hold back. And most of all, Kato had willfully discarded his ability to imagine Kikuchi Ryo's pain. His eyes were swollen, his stomach fluids were rising up, and yet Kikuchi Ryo still showed no intention of fighting back. Why aren't you doing anything? Did you forget how to fight? Or is it because I'm weak, a child? You think I'm not even worthy of punching? Suo. His golden eyes filled Suo Kato with fear. What's your dream? My dream? I no longer remember. Yes, you do. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. After letting out a sigh, Kikuchi Ryo took a step forward. Instead, listen to my dream. Your dream what? He put on a gentle smile, paying no attention to the pain on his swollen face. My dream is to see you not give up on your dream. The smell of the transparent air put Suo Kato on high alert. That's my dream. Ah, felt that. He'd heard someone say something similar. Your existence can be someone else's hope. Feeling of snow falling on his cheeks, a faint light. A gentle, forgiving grasp of the palm. Why? You're being hit. So why would you say that now? Because I decided that I won't run. Is it really okay? Is it okay for me to keep on dreaming? Is it okay for me to love the world I like? Is it okay for me to not force myself to hate what's important to me? You won't get mad at me for not being a grown-up? It's okay, I won't. As if to become a perch for this big bird so tired he could break, Kikuchi Ryo put his arms around Suo Kato's shoulders. You will be my hope. Hold on. A single star fell in the night sky. Normally, he would have noticed it before anyone else. He'd look up at the sky and point at it. Chase after it while saying his wishes, paying no mind to anyone watching, but now... Thank you so much. Didn't have to care about any good fortune delivered by the distant sky. Thank you, Ryo. He was more than happy just knowing he could honestly shout that he liked what he liked. There's something I remember. After Kato apologized for the attacks, both physical and verbal, and treated his wounds, Kikuchi Ryo brought out a book, The Prince of the Land of the Night. As I was looking through it, I found a familiar line of text, and it all came back to me. This is your book, right? We read the same book, didn't we? That's amazing, what a coincidence. Kato's heart ached as he remembered Arasagawa Osama's words at the library. Yeah. Glad we like the same book. Oh? Yeah, it's a really nice book. It's really nice when you like the same book. I also wrote a letter. When I was reading books while you were out of school, I felt like writing something myself. Can I read this? Who reads letters in front of the sender? Do it in your room. Side profile as he looked away was enough to make Kato remember the salty sea air. Okay. The piece of paper in his hand felt like a single ray of light in the dark. I'll write a response. He wanted to have this back. It might have been awkward and embarrassing, but this was a form of love only he could have. Under the dustlight, he took out the letter. Before I begin, there's something I need to apologize for. I've read your notebook without asking. Huh? Grasped as his head became heavy as lead. Kato wondered why Ryo would do that and felt like he'd just call it embarrassing. It was good. I know it's a dream diary, but I actually wanted to know what happens next. Huh? Hey, Suo. The diary, that story, is something only you can write. It's something only you can do. And I want to hear more of these stories. Sometime later he heard rain outside, but even then he merely continued to look at the letter. He read and thought about it over and over, then read the final line before taking a breath. If I'm allowed to dream again. The window he looked up at was shaking from the intense winds that heralded the coming of a storm. The heavy clouds rolling in prevented the moonlight from reaching Suo Kato. I may not see it, but the moon is always shining. I know all too well. I gotta go. The dreams were calling. Dreams I'd forgotten and discarded, and acted like they never were. They were all crying. It was late at night, and the sounds of the storm shaking the very house made it difficult to sleep. The night would be over too. All he had to do was wait, but then... Did someone just open the front door? The room of the house's owner was empty. Ryo rushed out into the storm, chasing after the boy who didn't even put his shoes on. Where are you going? Why did you go out in this weather? Strange buzzing in his ears, an off feeling and a sense of deja vu. He knew a scene just like this. The wound in his stomach, nearly closed by now, began to hurt terribly as atmospheric pressure fell. He tried to crouch and bear it. The rain hitting his neck battered him endlessly. Gotta protect Suo Kato. I clenched his teeth in pain and held onto his wound as he walked. He'd seen this in his dreams many times. This was the sea at which Suo Kato killed him, yet he was here of his own free will. There. He desperately called out, but the sound of the storm drowned out his voice, preventing the boy in the pajamas from hearing it. Then again, he likely wouldn't have heard him even in complete silence. Suo Kato's steps were uncertain, making him look like part of a picture book from another world. Suho, don't let your fantasies consume you. He moved the coming waves aside and swam through the freezing sea. He couldn't see or hear anything. Even so, only he could walk beyond the moon and embrace him. Suo. They were slowed down as they walked toward the beyond, which briefly calmed the intensity of the situation. Let's go. We're going back home. Don't stop me. But I will. That's my dream. You said you'd cheer me on. No, that's not what I want from you. Live by my side and become my hope. Shut up. The second wound was opened up by force. I don't need it. I don't need the normal or the boring. None of it. If I can't get what I want in this world, it can disappear for all I care. These letters, too. Countless letters were released onto the sand. Letters with no address, which he'd kept and never gave to anyone. Childish dreams from the year 1999. Did none of it reach him? Not even my feelings? The promise with Kikuchiro or even your own wish? None of it could overcome the fantasy living within you? My brain was filled with the moments before Suo Kato's deaths. Bye, Ryo. I'll write letters, lots of them. So you won't be lonely even when you go back home. Was this already set in stone by the truths? Is Suo Kato impossible to save? I was overcome by despair. Kikuchiro, the only hope left, had been pierced by Suo Kato and collapsed. Did he have no way of standing up again? Wait. Don't just, before the letters could sink into the salty water, before the text could become sodden and unreadable, don't you just give up without my permission. Kikuchi Ryo had crawled up. Why, Kikuchi Ryo? Why are you... How can you be so strong? I won't run. He couldn't move forward. I won't run. The waves were crashing. I won't run. Suo Keito's eyes reflected nothing. And so, Kikuchi Ryo... Suo... As an ashen wave loomed behind him, making a loud crash. I won't run from you. The only color here was in his golden eyes, fixed on one thing. The man at the heart of it all turned around. I remember everything. I know where and when this is, and why I was able to come to you. Holding on to his side and sweating heavily, Kikuchi Ryo grabbed Suo Keito by the shoulders. I want to live with you, Suo. Let's go. Let's go home, Suo, together. The rain became even more intense as the waves raged. A crack appeared in the core of the world. Okay. As he smiled in relief, the two were struck by a large wave. Striking water pressure made them lose consciousness. He opened his eyes after the light forced him to close them. He found himself floating. The waves and the man trying to stop him were both gone. Only a gentle darkness and a faint light remained before him. Reaching for the large light, he began running through the space. I've been waiting for you. Before him there was a boy wearing a giant rabbit hat. Who are you? The silhouette made him feel uneasy. Prince. With a head too large and unbalanced for him, he knelt before Keito. My prince, please save them. Please save my dear children. Keito had prepared to be harmed, and yet the rabbit-like silhouette showed no hostility. My prince, please come with us. As the gas mask conductor that appeared at his side swung out his baton, a path like a river in the sky appeared. Do not be afraid, we are on your side. The girl in a nurse outfit gently pushed him. Take our hand. Okay. With no hesitation, he took the boy's hand. Who are you all? A fragment of Mamiya. That's why we're on your side unconditionally. It's because you are closer to Mamiya than anyone else. But I said something awful to him. I told him that I don't need him, that he should disappear. He's a precious friend, yet I said something I could never take back. Do you really believe you don't need Mamiya? No. He tightly grasped the hand leading him. I don't care if it's self-important, unrealistic, fake, or childish. He realized he'd been in a place like this before. Even if I get made fun of for being immature, and even if I feel like everything I am has been denied, life is most fun when I'm with Mamiya. But this was like the Tokyo he'd seen while flying with Mamiya in his dreams. Mamiya would take his hand and fly him wherever, even if he ran out of fairy dust. With Mamiya, even common scenes gained new meaning, giving them the freshness and charm. It's because Mamiya has always been by my side that I came to love the world. A large light passed by and he was embraced by a light more dazzling than lightning. Strangely, it didn't hurt his eyes. At the edge of his flowing vision, he felt like he saw the masked children smiling. Their gazes met in the middle of a windy plain. Eyelashes of gentle blue and dark brown were swaying intensely. I've been looking for you. Same here. I've been looking since that moment in 1999. The outline of their smiles made them cry within. The wind was blowing by. The green grass swayed as if something invisible was caressing it. The wind was pushing the sun to the west, casting a deep shadow below the bridge. He looked for the right words as if trying to process his feelings. I want to grow old like normal. I want to grow old and get a job and give Midori a good life. And I want you to grow old the same way. Forced voice, furrowed brows, and a pained smile. Is that mean? I don't know if that's possible for me as I am now. My life is set to end before I become an adult. But I want to make your dream come true. I want you to watch as I age and don't give up on my dreams. 17-year-old and a 15-year-old, 1999 and 2012. What was the greatest common divisor between the years? Looking for ways that the years were similar, the two sought a great miracle. Deep inside, we know the reality of things. Kikuchi Ryo's dream, the conclusion of Suo Kato's wish. The wish will be heard. The wish will be heard, that's what we believe. One, the common divisor that can make it real. Is me, you, and Mamiya. You know that, don't you? You're saying this now, after denying Mamiya, us, for so long? Good point. Good I said that. The joy of our reunion made me feel like saying something weird. I know. I'm here for the wish, too. How will this butterfly flap affect the year 2003? Hands of the clock continued to move. From the Christmas of 1999 to 2003. Mixed in with the light of the white horse from the merry-go-round. So bright. Am I being tested just like Suo Kato? I won't lose. I will also fight the waves of the era. Mr. Arasagawa. Mamiya is an imaginary friend that I created. What's your name? Gah. It hurts. Please stop. Why are you resisting? Is it really worth it when it gives you this much pain? Is it possible to escape the outside with injuries like this? Will I be able to keep believing in them? Now's not the time to act weak. If I don't believe in them, who will? Endure the pain, Suo Kato. The karma will surely change your fate. Ryo, let's run away together. Snowfall and the chill coming through the papers made me tremble. It was the cold touching Suo Kato, and I couldn't imagine how much it hurt him. It was too much for me. I continued to bear it still. And so I continued to endure it. The snowstorm took my breath away, causing me to start painfully suffocating. It's okay. Everything will be okay. Yeah, it'll be okay. And I extended, touched the paper flying by in a squall. Struggled to try and touch Suo Kato, but I couldn't. Felt as if something was telling me that I could do nothing but pray. And I would, even if I had to do it for 1,000 years. That's how much I want Suo Kato to make it through 2003. His body became immobile, a heavy drowsiness assaulted him. The cold suddenly became distant, and the warmth of relief filled his heart. He felt like it was over. But he would no longer have to feel cold, hurt, or suffer. Suho! A voice desperately called out to him, but he didn't know who it was. A splash of water touched his cheeks. He was tired and wanted to sleep, and yet his karmic link to him led him by the hand. I want to live with you, Suho. I want to live with you too, he thought. Where am I? Ryo, you're awake. Yori, I gotta go look for him. Him who? You know him, don't you? Suho. Oh, Kato is... He's been waiting for you to wake up. Yeah, it's like the day we met, but the other way around. Who are you? Huh? Did you become an amnesiac again? No, I didn't. That's not it. It's not, but... It's Kato. Yeah, I'm Kato. How old are you? 28. Older than me. How? How am I supposed to answer that? Suho I know is more, well, goofy. Is that how I seem to you? Suho Kato's all grown up? No. There's no problem with this at all. You look great, Suho Kato. Kikuchi Midori has already accepted this, so all that's left is how Kikuchi Ryo processes it. Do your best, Kikuchi Ryo. I'll do my best too. Guess this is a bit sudden. Did I startle you? Alright, let me explain everything in order. The sound of Suho Kato putting his hands together echoed across the beach. Oh wait, this is no time for me to be shocked either. Need to confirm what happened after the events on that snowy mountain in 2003. And so the Kikuchi siblings, Suokato and I, look back at that fateful year. The year 2003. Following a several week-long stay at a hospital and some police interviews, he was made to go through a several month-long recuperation period. Indeed, he found the strength to overcome the truth that was set for you. While recovering, Suokato read a lot of books. He did it while burning a blue, invisible flame. Keeping himself from rushing to follow his strong sense of duty, he waited for the right moment. Even if I prayed for this to end peacefully, I knew he couldn't be stopped because, as a 19-year-old, you are an unbreakable king. Welcome back, Mom. Wow, something smells nice. I made some gratin. You like it, don't you? When he came back home for the first time in a while, he found himself loving everything about it. His mother's cooking that he loved so much, the armchair occupied by his father, everything seemed to welcome him. Come night, before going to sleep, he opened the cardboard box he kept in the guest room's closet. Inside there were countless college notebooks. How nostalgic, I wrote so many. Alright, I've decided. So, okay, so what are you planning? I need to settle things with him. December of 2004 was a warm one. I've been looking for you. It's been a while, Mr. Arasugawa. Dead men shouldn't speak. Barely keeping himself from collapsing, Osamu clenched his teeth. I'm not dead. I'm not a ghost, a fantasy, or a piece of fiction. I'm a living person. Pretty surprised to see you leading a carefree life. Pretty bold for someone who did all that to me in Rio. Yeah, that's true. So what's your business with me? Gonna threaten me? Demand an apology? No. Suo smiled. Came to settle things. Played out Christmas song they'd heard countless times and would hear many times more was resounding around them. Santa Claus set up in front of the cafe was lit up by glittering green and blue electric lights. Strawberries on the whole shortcake seemed to almost be smiling with joy. The young man took one of them and brought it to his mouth with some cream. You get hurt so much throughout life. Recently, a senior at college told me something really mean and we had a fight, even though I wasn't at fault. Still, there is a lot of things I've learned. I really wasn't that embarrassing when I was 15. Fragile as I was back then, I was feeling so dark I felt like the world was gonna end. But now I can just laugh it off. Well, obviously. So you weren't being honest back then? Of course not. There's no damn way it's okay for an author to deny another person's delusions. Picked up a piece of cake by the hand and threw it in his mouth. Still, I had no choice but to deny it, otherwise the strength of the Mamiya I believed in would collapse. After all, Mamiya is a fragile entity that isn't even real. Licked off the cream on his fingers and wiped his lips. Had a question on my mind ever since Mamiya disappeared at the end of the century. It was about the giant barrier separating those who exist and those who don't. I myself couldn't believe in Mamiya well enough. Was it because Mamiya can't be touched? Because Mamiya couldn't eat? Because Mamiya's not on the census? None of those reasons were enough, and I still didn't know the answer. That sounds kinda like a prayer. Huh? After a brief silence, the intro to the next Christmas song began. Today is Christmas, Christ's birthday, huh? Yes. God sure has it good, everyone believes in him. I just didn't want anyone to deny me for believing and wishing for Mamiya. That's really all there was to it. I understand. I also wanted everyone to know how great my precious friend was. A fluorescent lamp that didn't seem to have enough power was flickering above them. They weren't eating much of the whole cake they ordered. They were in the grove where Suokato and Kikuchi Ryo were found. Their shadows were being cast over the trees. Guess this is about the time children waiting for their presents can't fall asleep. Why did you bring me here? Like I said, I want to settle things. He took off the large rucksack he had on his back and looked down at Arasugawa. You agreed with me, didn't you? I did, yeah. With a nod, Arasugawa began freeing the things he was carrying on his back. Prepare to cast them into the fire. The fire made by the logs they had brought, along with the branches and dried leaves they found, was burning silently. Suokato reached into his rucksack and took out a bunch of college notebooks. As if to feed the fire, he brought them close to it, one by one. Made the fire grow. You do it too. Sure. Arasagawa did the same and threw his own hardcover books into the fire. The flame burned everything. The paper became scorched, then blackened, then finally turned to ash. Many titles he'd presented to the author, pictures drawn by illustrators, stories he poured his heart and soul into, all of it burned. His stories mixed with those of the man he hated more than anyone in this world, scattered with the burned ash. The winds of winter were like a dry fuel that stoked the flame. As it sustained itself on Suoketo's dreams and Arasagawa Osamu's stories for children. With this, we no longer have anything. We have nothing. That was my whole life. Everything. The dark orange flickering of the growing fire was reflected in their eyes. There was more to my stories than to my life. They contained the possibility of dreams that grew as people believed in them. But today I say goodbye to it all. The wrinkles behind his glasses became deeper as he made a composed smile. I wanted to turn Mamiya into Santa Claus. Santa Claus, the icon of Christmas? Very same. He may have had his beginnings in corporate advertising. Now he's a fantasy figure with so many dreams attached to him that mentioning his origins is just tasteless. People all over the world kindly affirm his existence, even if they know the truth. I wouldn't go so far as to say I wanted to turn Mamiya into a god. The man hung his head before the fire. I would have been fine if Mamiya was just a sweet little lie they tell to children. This December must have been too warm for snowfall. There was nothing that could console them with the gentle cold. A shapeless sense of loss turned to smoke that rose above. The skin of their cheeks lit up by the fire was annoyingly warm. The two sat next to the fire and talked within its soot. They talked about the good books they had read, world news, tomorrow's weather. The two who had just burned everything were talking with so little negativity it was shocking. Samajima took the hit for both of us and was thrown into jail. Huh? He's always so annoying. He turned himself in without telling me a thing. I can't do shit anymore, so what's the point of leaving me at large? I can't write anymore. After the day we let you two escape, I stopped being able to write. Put me before a word processor or give me a pen and paper, and nothing will come out of me. So with this act of burning, my life as an author is over. I wonder why I'm like this now. I guess I was abandoned by my talents, or God, or something like that. The hand on his forehead cast a shadow that made it hard to see his face. For all one could know, he might have been crying. Right. I don't have to make Mamiya eternal anymore. No matter how much I've suffered, nothing is left. Made it this far, yet I haven't changed one bit since I was a brat. Hell of a creature I am. Despite everything, I continued greedily clinging to a fantasy. Is it such a bad thing to seek fantasy? Huh? I don't think it is. Were you even listening to me? Why do you think we burned the books? When Mamiya died, you may have been lost between reality and fantasy. But I will reach for both. That's impossible. Those are just words that sound nice, said by a child who doesn't know how the world works. Looks like you haven't grown much since you were 15. No, I'm sure I can do it. Because I believe in myself. Suokato said that to Arasagawa with nothing but honesty in his voice. You're right that it might not work out. I might only have part of each, and I may die overcome by inner conflict and suffering. That's exactly how it'll be. But Stop. Why? It's a difficult path. There's no need for you to experience it. You can try using fantasy as your support, but it'll be a pillar made of paper mache. Even if Mamiya supports your heart and mind, when you lean on something that's not there, you'll both collapse. Listen, Suokato, considering this a warning from someone who's experienced more of life, it's not too late yet. Abandon hopes and fantasies, give up and learn how to live. No one will blame you for wanting an easy laugh. An easy life, sorry. That's not true. My 15-year-old self will blame the current me. I don't need a version of me that abandons hopes and fantasies. If I become a Suokato that I would find boring, it would be the same as being rude to the boy I was back then. Ah, I... I will live my whole life with hope for myself in this world. I won't hate anything, even if I'm disappointed or hurt. I will love it all. I won't abandon anything that I brought with me. Oh, I see how it is. Arasagawa finally understood. He'd been afraid of this man since the moment he first saw him. That's so. He wanted to be like him. Do your worst then. If you can stay unbroken and keep yearning even as you grow older. Arasagawa Osamu pointed his finger at Suokato. I'll gladly admit defeat. Without even blinking, Suokato put on a smile. Please do. Have faith in my future self. And that's how I got here. You're scary. Huh, but everything I said was normal. No, it was scary. Why would you meet your assailant and in a place where I can't get involved? Eventually, the three of them went to Suokato's home. With all the tension from her brother's absence gone, Kikuchi Midori finally relaxed and fell asleep on the sofa. Hey Rio, are you free after school tomorrow? There's someone I'm thinking of meeting tomorrow. Who's that? Someone who's also been living since 2003. The Mr. Arasagawa of 2012. Is Osamu really here? Should we call this off? I'll decide after I take a look at him. After giving him a nod, Suokato rang the bell. Yes, who is it? Hello, Mr. Arasagawa. The person inside looked through the camera. After a long silence, there was the sound of the door being unlocked. Come in. Pardon the intrusion. Welcome. Beyond the door there stood Arasagawa as he was supposed to be in 2012. The ferociousness he had about him had deteriorated, replaced by an aura of fatigue. I don't think I can accommodate you properly. It's okay, thank you for allowing us in despite not having any prior notice. This isn't much, but strange to think you became a man who could buy Toria. I feel that you also became a bit older yourself. Well, I'm over 40 now, of course I'll age. Osamu. The youth behind Suokato hesitantly showed himself. Oh, is that you, Ryo? Strange seeing you so grown up. Kikuchi Ryo's chest began to ache, and he quickly looked away. A study full of bookshelves, a large chair for one person. Wear and tear on it made it clear how much it was used and how many years had passed. Are you still writing books? Wrinkles next to his eyes had grown slightly deeper, but he didn't say anything. So, Suokato, you didn't come here just to have some tea, did you? We settled it in 2004, didn't we? That should have been the end to everything between us. What could you possibly want from me after all this time? Is that how you saw this? He tore off the mask of peacefulness, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. No, no, no. Nothing is over yet. In fact, it has only just begun. The smile on his face had a hint of greed, and the power to fulfill his desires which he'd acquired by growing up. What? Suokato reached into his bag and took out several rolls of money. Huh? I've brought 30 million yen. I want you to write stories for me. Phew. Enough of the jokes and put that money away. I'm being serious, though. Arasagawa Osamu looked up at the ceiling with distant eyes. I can't write stories anymore. His grieving face was touched by the cold wind of a snowy day. He vividly remembered the scenery from nearly a decade ago. The crime you committed, the line that shouldn't have been crossed. That day, I was abandoned by the god of writing and... No, you can write just fine, can't you? While Arasagawa hung his head and seemed all somber, Suo Kato looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why do you think that? Suo? You wonder why? Suo Kato reached into his bag again and took out a new book. It was under a different name, but you wrote this Jitagaija novel just last year, didn't you? Arasagawa was nailed, still turned blue, and began sweating buckets. How did you know it was me? The writing quirks. Kikuchi Ryo's hair stood on end. But me writing something under a different name has nothing to do with you. It doesn't have to be me now, does it? I want to read children's novels written by you. You finished writing Mamiya in 2003, but it wasn't enough, so you tried to make it real. But after burning the books with me, you gave up on everything, didn't you? Your feelings aren't as strong as before, so you reached a decent compromise, right? In other words, there's no reason for you not to accept my terms. You little brat, stop acting like you know. Also, you yourself must have felt this. After you finished writing Mamiya and it had been published, you must have felt that this or that scene could have been done better. I know, no matter how polished or complete it may be. A while after it's released into the world, you start building up the next plan. As an author, Arasagawa Osamu is a creature who will never be satisfied, no matter how much or how well he writes. So write for me. The air became lighter, but the Dominator's strings were still taut. Arasagawa Osamu couldn't breathe for a moment, but finally he looked up. His eyes met the other's lead-colored eyes, both hot and cold. You've been stripped of even your right to atone in a cell, and this is the best way to redeem yourself. As I said, I maintain hope for this world, and I will maintain hope for you as well. Suo Kato was the Dark King. The Prince of the Land of Night had grown up and now reigned over Arasagawa Osamu. Oh man. He gulped down the past, good or bad. I'm done. I lose. You beat me. All so he could forcefully paint the future with the hope stemming from his ego. I've sure got a troublesome reader here. I can't put down the pen even if I want to. I know you've always had a weakness for your readers. Sense of the coming fatigue made his shoulders feel heavy. Still, there was a part of him that felt excited. You shouldn't abuse your elders like that. What are you saying? We lived for 80 years. You could still change course. The warm light, once lost in the snowy mountains, was coming back to the palm of his hand. You're telling me to give you my whole life? Yes. Please keep writing stories and keep loving fantasies. Never stop writing for as long as you live. That fearsome Osamu just listens to anything you say now. This is a lot to take in. This is exactly why I was saving up the funds. Long before I met you, I had this friend called Mamiya. I don't know why Mr. Arasagawa tried to make a connection between Mamiya and you, but Mamiya isn't like that terrifying thing that was forced upon you. Yeah, I know. Mamiya's at my side right now, actually. Huh? You mean Mr. Arasagawa? No, it's nothing like Osamu. It's a child wearing a rabbit mask. I see, so that was your Mamiya. Tell me, was Mamiya a good entity for you? Not sure. Still find him kinda unpleasant. But he's something I can't do without, for now anyway. Glad to hear that. Hey, there's actually another thing that happened after you disappeared at the sea in 1999. Hey, Mamiya, you're there, aren't you? Show yourself. What do you want? I just feel like it's so unfair that you're the only one who knows why Suo Kato is here. Fine, I'll talk. Even if you saved me in 2003, I was supposed to die in 1999 because of my sleepwalking. and the one who gave his life to save me, was the thing you and I have in common, Mamiya. Beyond the light there was more ocean. The seawater was cold and hurt so much it was hard to move. Rio? Strength drained from his body. Huh, huh. Waves rolled in, taking him throat deep. He could no longer touch the bottom and was being forced further out. Huh, huh. I see. So Kikuchi Rio safely going back to 2012 and Suo Kato not dying here are two unrelated things. This was the result of his sleepwalking. Help! Help! The sea chose someone to die. Help! Ah! As his head was submerged, he thought he was a goner. Then a strong arm pulled his wet body up. Kato! It was a familiar voice. Actually, that was putting it lightly. It was a voice he'd been hearing since he was born. A voice belonging to an invisible man he could only ever hear. Mamiya! Waves crashed, the rain stormed, and within it, Mamiya Yumehisa embraced Suo Kato. Kato, are you alright? Mamiya, why are you here? I've always been here. Even if you hate or reject me, I've always been here with you. Sorry. Don't apologize. How come you're here after everything I've said to you? Because you're my best friend. Waves were relentless, and he couldn't feel his extremities, but he didn't care about any of that. He simply used what power he had left to embrace this man before him. It felt different this time. He could sense the other's frame in his arms. There was a tangible warmth. I don't care if it's just my imagination. I finally got to have you hug me. Please live on, Kato. I was chosen. Don't go. Stay with me forever. Mamiya said nothing. Oh, don't die. Don't die, Mamiya. He shook his head and smiled. I'm satisfied. So this was what Mamiya's face looked like. Seeing it made him drop his guard for a moment when a larger wave came. Made him let go. Mamiya! Live on. I won't let you die in 1999 or later. Live on for a long, long time. He had the strange feeling that those were the last words he would ever say to him. Hey, Mamiya! The saltiness of the water was burning his throat. Finally realized. He inhaled more oxygen and continued to shout. I realize that I don't have to give up on fantasy, hope, or you. Mamiya, I'm sorry. You've always been with me, and yet... You've always been my friend, yet I... Mamiya, thank you. I love you. With Mamiya's face buried by the waves, he couldn't see his expression upon hearing those words. Snow was falling on the holy night of 1999. This place is one you're very familiar with. As the moonlight illuminated the snow, the church turned into a little beacon in the dark. As the priest was locking up, a young boy approached him. Sorry, but the Christmas service is over. Thinking that the boy simply came at the wrong time, the priest lowered his eyebrows in perplexion. The red-nosed boy hesitantly opened his mouth, letting warm air escape. A friend of mine died. Please let me mourn him. I would like to hold a funeral, even if I'm the only one attending. Very well. Those ultramarine eyes were pure beyond belief. The fact this boy would come here on such a cold night made the priest want to help him. But do make it brief. Thank you. The faint light of the candles created a moving shadow over the blue nave. He walked ahead with wet hair and peached cheeks. Showing no fear of the cross above, he put his hands together. This funeral was a dark blue and lonely thing. However, the aura of gratitude and sadness about it conveyed his feelings with great clarity. Mamiya. I was always really happy. Thanks to you, I gained an interest in many things and was able to affirm myself no matter how I was. You helped me become the person I am today. The air he inhaled cleaned and cooled his organs. The weight of his words made him fall deeper into prayer. I'll believe in the future and live for both of us. Suoketo's voice hit the bullseye of the wish perfectly. I will be an adult who still loves you. He put strength into his joined hands and slowly closed his eyes. I hope that you, my beloved fantasy, may rest in peace. That's how I died in 1999. Suoketo, so he didn't die at the sea in 1999? That's because you died in his place? Exactly. Because you, Mamiya, died for him, the source of the Mamiya disappeared. The people searched for the Mamiya that was gone, leading them to Tokyo Tower. That led to a new tragedy, the deaths of 2012. Indeed. Mamiya Yumehisa smiled in self-derision. Will you blame me for what happened? I mean, if Mamiya, hadn't died here, the tie between 1999 and 2012 wouldn't have existed. No, I probably would have done the same. To think you'd finally be able to say that. Thank you so much for indulging me. No need. May this holy night bless you as you walk through life. Thank you. It's fine if you treated Mamiya as just a phase. I don't mind that at all. I just wanted him to keep on loving fantasy and dreams. I get it. Oh, snow. It's a white Christmas. I'll wake up early tomorrow and build a snowman. It'll need to live through a future with no Mamiya. Oh, sorry. I'll need it to live through a future with no Mamiya. The moon shone down on the boy as he walked home. The white papers dancing with snowflakes overwhelmed the blue of the night. Snow fell in 2012 as well. Years passed, times changed, but Christmas came yet again. Hey, little me who once believed in Santa Claus, there was something I wanted to tell the pure, frail, pitiable you. It's not Santa's fault either. Anyway, good night. Wow. Told you I can't write anymore. Huh? Of course you can. Here, 2 recent works he wrote. I could barely even finish those. And even if you can't write, you can still proofread the stories I wrote, right? With that in mind, let's make the next one a collab. You really aren't one to listen, huh? Arasugawa let out a deep sigh, but he played along with Suo regardless. Oh, so this is how you saw Mamiya. Arasugawa's description of the female Mamiya left an impression on Suo. Speaking of, what did your Mamiya look like? I gradually stopped being able to see Mamiya as I entered the higher grades of elementary school. Eventually, I could only hear him and decided that he was invisible. I heard that long ago. That means you did see him when you were young, right? Yes. More interested in that. What did your Mamiya look like? Tell me. Well, when I first met Mamiya, there were 2 of them. What? What? Anyway, up next, Kikuchi Ryo. It's so much fun to beach today. Remember to wash your hands when we get home. Race you there. Dory, watch out for traffic. Looked at her back as she ran off. Natsumi. Rio, race me. Come on, start running. Okay, sure. I'll catch up in a sec. Oh, you're so fast. Grabbed Midori and looked up at the sky. The gray clouds in the distance drained the color out of the city. Didn't matter to me if the world ended. My existence was entirely too minuscule for me to perceive matters of that scale. I already had my hands full protecting what was right in front of my eyes. My existence alone didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Sins? I'm not sure what to say about that. We all woke up every day and went through our unchanging daily lives, yet none of us actually felt like the world was going to end. You're asking this far too late. I've been bearing this cross for so long it became part of my spine. Just like I still didn't know my purpose for being here. Even so, if you of all people would insist that I tell you everything, the days went by without much difference. Then I will tear open the skin, force my hand into the flesh, and bear it all for you. Well, I did nothing but live through them. Will that satisfy you, Mamiya? And so I went to sleep yet again. Get into the sky, no worry, it's a coming to spell shelter. I did not die. Sono the Sakai, sono the Mario Kimiri with the Bashedai. It's the Sakai, not the Mario, but with your Bashedai. There's a guy. You understand how you don't have the correct in the diet tissue. Drug didn't see the ultimate gotta take better. Special way to tell you, keep me a car. You know, anywhere center. I try to say, keep me no melody. I try to tell you without all. Keep me one could get that. Say, you watch out to see. Keep me no melody. Just keep me the guy that you can't. Rio saw Stua standing there. He was looking at him with empty eyes. Is he holding it? How long he'd been holding it? He had to take it away and protect him. Suo. He had to protect this guy, but I get it, Suo. So, hey, where was there blood coming from his stomach? Kikuchi's Rio daily life was a repeating chain of routines. When his part-time job was over, he went to pick up Midori before going home and having dinner for two. This harmonious time with just the two of them was the only time he could find respite. Ah. Hey, I was watching that. Why did you turn it off? Oh, sorry. Hold on, wrong voice. Why did you turn it off? Huh, sorry. Turn it on again. Oh, that's enough TV for today. Brush your teeth and go to bed. I'm not sleepy yet, so why? Drop the attitude. I said that's enough TV. You're being mean. Just do as I say. Midori was watching a simple documentary-like show. For some reason, Rio couldn't bear watching it today and turned it off right away. Man. I didn't think it'd last this long. You'd expected her grumbly state to recover after a night of sleep, but it turned out that it hadn't. She wanted an answer even after she woke up, and Rio had to go through a loop where he put on her socks only for her to take them off. It was a messy morning. Man. Midori had a strong radar for things that were off, and she could instantly tell when someone was lying. He himself didn't know what he was feeling when she kept pestering him to put that feeling into words. He went and shouted at her to cut it out, so just ran away. Though he raised his voice, Midori didn't cry, just glared at him. It was like she was better at not running away than him. This is partially on her, too. Why did she decide to be so stubborn now of all times? Make sure to buy lots of bell peppers and eggplants on the way home. Holding back his urge to run, he endured the boring classes. But then, while class was still in session, the door opened up and a murmur went through the students. Kikuchi, go to the staff room immediately. What is it? Someone from the police wants a word with you. Huh? The police. That foreboding word made his mind come to a halt. Uh-oh. He dealt with them a bunch of times, but this was the first time they'd actually come to the school. Overcome by fear, he went through a door to the staff room, a place he rarely ever visited. Hello, I was told about you. I am Officer Samajima Satoru. Oh, fuck. Getting started right off the bat with the connections to the pink house. What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck, the fuck, the fuck, the fuck, the fuck. I'm 27 years old. My hobby is lifting. I like eating caviar and dislike salmon roe. This man claiming to be an officer was so absurd that Ryo didn't know how to feel. He extended his long, slender arm for a handshake. Ryo really, really didn't want to get involved with this man. But with the teachers waiting on him, he had no choice but to accept the handshake. Reluctantly, he took the hand that seemed like a lead sculpture. Let's get along, Ryo. The moment the man shook his hand, all the hairs on Ryo's body stood up. No, 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 no. His instincts were telling him that this man was bad news, that he should run away from him. I gotta run, but I can't. I gotta run, but I can't. Ryo thought, his mind going in circles. Run! Kikuchi Ryo. The hand kept a hold on him, and the arm sprung like a bow. May I ask you what you were doing last night? Nothing. Anyway, I've got stuff to do today, and it has nothing to do with... Kikuchi Midori is waiting at the station. Midori? Her? Why would he say that name? Would you mind accompanying me there? Ryo's entire body was racked by a chill that made him feel like he was holding a guillotine's blade. We brought Kikuchi Midori in because she was the first one to discover a body. What? She came to the police call box all by herself to report having a person collapsed on the ground. The officer on duty first believed it to be a prank, but since she came alone... Either way, since the girl was far too stubborn, he went to the location she described. And sure enough, a man was found lying on the grove she led our officer to. Said officer called an ambulance, but that man was already dead. That's it. And he felt that questioning her alone wasn't enough, so I was called over as her guardian. Ryo. Hearing that young voice made him turn around, and he saw Kikuchi Midori sitting on a chair and swaying her legs. Seeing her happily drinking apple juice made him completely relax. Midori, thank goodness. Putting aside your emotional reunion, may I ask you a few questions? About the body, what makes you think I know anything? Still, though, the first witness, eh? The man moved his wire-like limbs and spoke in a sing-song tone. You siblings truly are alike. What are you talking about? You don't have to remember it now. It'll probably come back to you as we talk. Your sister is currently undergoing an emotional health examination with a female officer. You were told she's calm, so do not worry about her. We will be recording this just in case. Are you fine with that? Sure. The light on the desk projected their shadows onto the wall. Then let us begin. Kikuchi Midori found a body about 9 in the morning. She arrived at the police box at 10:11, and the officer found the man's body at 10:56. After laying out all that, the man placed a photo on the desk. Do you know this man? No. This is Masaki Hashida, a 64-year-old factory worker. I don't know him. Midori probably doesn't either. Oh? If it was someone she knew, she'd throw a tantrum like you couldn't imagine. There's no way she would report it to the police. Samajima nodded, then opened up a map and pointed at it. Why was Midori in this grove all by herself? Are you familiar with this area? Yeah, it's one of her usual haunts. So she goes there regularly, but why? Because it's teeming with pretty bugs and mushrooms, Midori is really good at finding things that are special. Does that apply to dead bodies as well? She has good eyes and is sensitive to things that stand out. She often finds people lying on the ground. When she tells me about them, I go check, and it's usually just drunkards or sick people. This must have been the first time it was a dead body. Is this also your first time seeing a corpse? I never even saw the body she found. No. I don't mean the body your sister found, but the body you discovered in the back alley behind the construction site. Huh? Faint light shone on his hands. You not remember? You were the first witness, Kikuchi Ryo. What are you talking about? Tasteless wallpaper irritated his nerves. Wasn't it Midori? She was, today anyway, but I'm talking about 2003. 2003? That's so long ago. Is it really? Has your inner clock moved even a little bit since then? Do you ever have violent urges welling up within you? Do you? That's none of your business. When had they begun? Huh? High school, middle school? No, they're older than that. This evil flower bloomed in the middle of your elementary school years, did it not? Was he claiming that Ryo had this rage since he was about as old as Midori? No, I don't remember anything like that. Were you able to restrain the overflowing violence? I was trying not to raise my hand, and yet blood sticks to your skin by itself. Giving and receiving pain, death and violence, it all sticks to you and you can't wash it away, can you? Ryo was sweating buckets. The familiarity of this man, the similarity between them was something he couldn't afford to notice. Do you remember the first witness, Kikuchi Ryo? Samajima slid a photo on the desk. Masaki Hashida, a 64-year-old factory worker. You find him familiar? Shut up! Unable to endure this any longer, he punched the desk, throwing the photo off. That will be all. Thank you for your cooperation. So they're accusing him of a murder that he didn't commit? Okay, that's interesting. Midori went on to have her fingerprints taken and was given some reward money before being let go. She wanted to buy sweets with it, so they went and did just that. Then they came back home, they both had dinner and slept like logs. That was when Ryo remembered the man at the beach. What if he'd been waiting for them the whole day? I did him dirty. Felt like he had to apologize. That was exactly what he'd do when he met that innocent man again. There's no mistaking it. This was Sajima's Satoru from 1999. This couldn't have happened. He showed himself with his appearance as a 27-year-old. And it was reasonable to assume that he had memories from 2012 when he was supposed to be 40. What a mess. 2000, the year that followed 1999. I didn't know what happened in the story after they devoured Mamiya's flesh. However, Samajima's Satoru was trying to meet with Kikuchi Ryo despite knowing everything. He still hasn't appeared, but the same could probably be said about our Sagawa Osamu. He would most likely show himself before Kikuchi Ryo. He would want to see what happened to the Mamiya he'd instilled. Wait, why is it Samajima Satoru? Wasn't it Arasagawa Osamu who instilled Mamiya in Kikuchi Ryo? Why did Samajima Satoru appear before him? This order of appearances couldn't have been a coincidence. But I'm talking about 2003. What is the relationship between Samajima Satoru and Kikuchi Ryo? Upon coming back home and going to sleep, Ryo had a dream of an unfamiliar house. He was in a dark room, with still air and only a small amount of light coming through the window. There he was trying his best to move his arms. As he wiped his sweat with his tiny hand, a bigger unfamiliar hand touched his. The large hand wriggled as if crawling. Oh, how foolish. Unfamiliar particles flowed from where he was touched. How foolish and pitiable you are, Ryo. Ryo began to tremble, but he still couldn't resist. He wiped his sweat and evened out his breathing, bit into his lip, which kept on quivering for a while. The classroom froze the moment he entered, but he was already used to that. Kuchiryo, you heard how the cops came for him. You heard how the cops came to look for him at school the other day. Seriously? I guess it won't be long until he's in a reform school, huh? He was also used to overhearing conversations that his sensitive ears picked up as he passed by. He could turn around and talk back, but he knew by now that would be pointless. So he continued to pretend not to hear any of it. It's not like I want to do this, he thought. Letting his intense emotions take control, he let the boiling sensations within flow free. Yeah! That overflowing magma erupted, prompting him to take action. He couldn't stop his arms from punching people. The arm he threw crashed into a man's side. The man groaned before putting his own arm behind him. The next moment, intense pain coursed through Ryo's whole body. Yeah. Turned out the man had a stun gun hidden on him. Drained of all strength, Ryo collapsed to the ground. You're not as tough as I heard, Kikuchi, Ryo. The man's foot came down on him. He was crushing him with his leg, as if putting out a cigarette. Ryo was on the verge of losing consciousness. Then the large and fearsome hand floated back into his mind. Listen. You are weak and unfit for society. You will never be able to reach an understanding with others through words. The only type of communication you can manage is a simple one. It's a very private method indeed. Ryo poured strength into his arms as if doing a push-up, then raised his head with the man's foot still on it. Huh? You still conscious? Watch. Ryo got up with force, throwing the man's leg into the air, then grabbed him through it before he landed. The man was on his back. Ryo stomped his stomach and straddled him. He began pummeling his forehead. How intriguing. He pounded. Oh, you shouldn't look away. He punched. Look at this. Look and remember. Words are utterly powerless against violence. Next moment, Ryo found himself standing. He was on a hill overlooking the area with dark clouds gathering above. Around him there were countless unconscious men. I did it again. He hesitantly looked at his fists. Covered in the blood of multiple people, including his own, they had an unnatural color and were trembling intensely. I don't know this, he thought. I don't know this. This is... But he stood in place. Shocked, a man moaned. Me. Oh, me. It was the faint call for help from the man he didn't know. The voice was so much like his own that Ryo couldn't help but run off. Why? This makes me hate myself so much, he thought. This is so terrifying, and yet, why does it make me feel so alive? He took off his shoes without so much as a hello. Welcome back. Oh, Midori, hi. Her familiar smile made him feel as if his sin was being cleansed. Huh, that's odd. You're not watching that educational program you usually do. Yeah. It was a continuation of a documentary he'd seen before. It showed a young boy who'd messed up and was covered in mud. His father was hugging him, reassuring him. Ryo felt like he was grabbed by the heart. Unconsciously, he opened his eyes and tried to take in as much information as he could. Dad! You did fine. You did your best. The boy within the father's arm was crying, while the father's face was red, as he did his best to keep himself from crying as well. The father was embracing the boy with the strong arms, praising his efforts. It was a tearjerker of a documentary with plenty of touching moments. What is this, Ryo thought. I don't understand. His brain was doing its best not to process it and understand it. But then, Midori said something that pushed him over the edge. Must be nice. I want Mommy to hug me too. Hey Midori, he thought, you have me, don't you? I'll be like a father to you, more reliable than Mom could ever be. I'll protect and raise you. But what about me? Who will raise me? Sounds of destruction filled the small room. Rio threw the TV to the floor. Ah. Oh, why? Why did you break it? He could barely hear anything. He couldn't control his body well. There was the sound of someone opening the front door, but he was unable to react. What are you doing? This couldn't get any worse, he thought. Rio, what's going on? He had to clean up the room and keep this woman in a good mood. And all that could move him now were things related to that major question. Hey, you. Huh? Hey. There was a feeling deep within his heart that he tried all these years to ignore. Why? Rio, speak up. Something forbidden sealed deep away and conveniently out of sight. A feeling that had now grown so big that it broke his container and overflowed. Where's my father? Stop talking. Where's my father? Shut that mouth and clean this up. Huh? You just punch me. You did, didn't you? Eek. Hey, stop. Why? The feelings, the questions, the sadness, they all became fists, overflowing without anything to hold them back. Answer me. He didn't stop. He didn't get it. He didn't want to think about it. My father. And filth anyway, he thought. Words are utterly powerless against violence. Where's my father? A broken TV. Dory so tired from shouting that she'd fainted. Repeating impact sounds. The tiny living room was messier than ever before and reeked of gloom. Damn you, Mamiya. You're the one who said you're his dad. Weren't you going to protect him? Tell me, Mamiya. No. Arasugawa Osamu. I poured strength into my fist. Why aren't you showing yourself to him? Not as an illusion, either. I can't save him, so... Stop. A third party suddenly grabbed Rio by the shoulder. Their hold was so strong he couldn't shake it off. He turned around. She's not worth killing, trust me. But if you really want her dead, I can do the job for you. Why? Why now of all times? Arasugawa Osamu tightly embraced Kikuchi Ryo's filth-covered body. Sorry, Ryo, I took so long. Those arms, larger than Ryo's own, filled him with a sense of relief. Tears came just as his voice began to crack. You did fine. It was like that scene from the documentary. This is what I wanted, Ryo thought. Osamu! Scattered garbage everywhere. His young sister convulsing from the shock. Bloodstains on the floor. His mother now silent. You did your best, Ryo. I'd wanted this for so long, he thought again. You'll be treated like a special case. You should be glad. Oh, okay. I think I've had enough for today. I need to take a break and allow myself to theorize a bit longer. I'll probably stream earlier tomorrow than I did today. But, whew, just oof. This was a lot. It looks like Maisie's live again, so... let's go and give her a hello.